Chapter 2705. Lin Xian's body shone brightly as streams of sword qi pierced through the heavens and earth. Every sword qi had evolved to the extreme. It could destroy everything in the world. Lin Xian brandished his ancient sword and clashed with the 36 mysterious men. The dragon's roar reverberated through the air as Lin Xian swung his ancient sword. Every time the two heaven-defying constitutions clashed, the void would shatter. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts would fall from the sky, and millions of mountains below would shatter. The number one prodigy of the war tribe has a peerless battle physique that no one can break. Once the peerless battle physique is used, it is unparalleled in the world. The number one prodigy is the true number one prodigy of the younger generation. The people of the war tribe roared from the back. Their voices were like thunder. Those people trembled. Could it be that the number one prodigy of the war tribe was so terrifying? Even Lin Xian, with his powerful nine-yang divine physique, couldn't resist. The number one prodigy lived up to his name. Many people knelt down to worship him. Sure enough, the 36 blood-red vortexes formed a mysterious diagram and surrounded Lin Xian, drowning him completely. The 36 figures circled in the sky. Terrifying, mysterious voices could be heard, and terrifying runes floated. Lin Xian was completely suppressed. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Many older generation figures sighed. Brother Xian, Brother Lin, Murong Qingcheng, Shun Jingqiu Wuhua, Gu Santong, and the others exclaimed. In the distance, the other saints and princes were discussing spiritedly, screaming nonstop. Ha ha! The people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground all revealed sinister smiles. The people of the war tribe laughed out loud. In the world, only the peerless battle physique is supreme. The number one prodigy of the war tribe will sweep through the world and reach the peak. The people of the war tribe cheered wildly. The number one prodigy of the war tribe harumphed coldly. What, Lin Xian? How dare you use the title of Middle Emperor? In my opinion, you're just SOSO. Today, I'll kill you completely. His peerless battle physique shone brightly. The 36 blood-red figures became even more mysterious as their terrifying aura engulfed the world. This scene made everyone despair. They knew that Lin Xian was finished. Wung, boom, boom. Suddenly, a peerless, immortal light lit up the area within a few million li. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 36 blood-colored vortexes formed a blood-colored battle map. Suddenly, it shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. It continued to expand until it was split into 2 halves. A peerless sword light radiated from the crack, illuminating the entire sky. The blood-red war map shattered into pieces, and a figure rushed out from the fragments. Lin Xian charged out of the war map with sword qi that filled the sky. He roared in all directions. 10,000 streaks of aura erupted, shattering the void. The entire scene became incomparably quiet. Everyone was completely stupefied. Damn it, this is impossible. The war race's people screamed crazily. Their eyes were completely red as they continuously shook their heads. They couldn't believe that Yi Fuqian was able to break the number one prodigy's blood-colored war map. This was too unbelievable. The others were also horrified. That was a peerless battle constitution, and it was born for battle. Coupled with the war race's terrifying divine ability, the 36 heaven stars could suppress everything. No one could stop it. However, such a terrifying attack was still shattered by Lin Xian. This Lin Xian is too strong. We still underestimated him. Humph. I already said that Lin Xian is definitely incomparably strong. His title of Middle Emperor is not for nothing. Just wait. He'll definitely win this round. Those who supported Lin Xian shouted excitedly. Wu Hua and Gu Santong also heaved a sigh of relief. In the distance, Shun Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing smiled through their tears. Great Brother Xian is fine. They were so nervous just now. The other experts of the older generation, and even the living fossils, looked extremely solemn. He broke it. This kid actually broke the #1 heaven battle map. It's too unbelievable. Yes, the war race was incomparably terrifying. Their peerless battle constitution had been famous since ancient times, and their battle strength was unparalleled. But now they were actually suppressed in terms of battle strength. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. How did that kid do it? Everyone was puzzled. They looked into the distance. In front of them, the blood-colored battle map shattered. The scattered fragments evaporated, forming a monstrous sea of blood that surged in the sky. It enveloped Lin Xian and the #1 prodigy. Bang! The sea of blood slapped and spread in all directions, piercing through the void. Dodge quickly. Don't let the sea of blood touch you. This was the war race's peerless divine ability. The people in the distance screamed crazily and retreated again to distance themselves. What peerless battle constitution! It's just SOO. Show me what else you have. Lin Xian looked ahead disdainfully. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon shadow flashed under his feet. At this moment, he was truly incomparably powerful. Kid, you have completely angered me. The #1 prodigy's face was gloomy. He didn't expect his peerless divine ability to be broken by his opponent. This was a slap to his face in front of everyone. His killing intent was aroused. He had to kill the other party. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out a 9-story pagoda that spun in the sky. Countless runes flickered and directly shattered a corner of the sky. The people in the distance were even more terrified. Many martial artists were directly pressed to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The other prodigies, princes, and elders were also terrified. Damn it! Angry roars sounded one after another. These people used their own peerless divine abilities. The golden sword under the great Xia prince's feet shone brightly. The great Yen saint instantly set up a sort of ray around himself. Murong Qingqing and the others also used their own peerless divine abilities to quickly retreat and resist. Divine aura? Damn it, that pagoda has divine aura. Could it be a saint's weapon? Heavens, could it be an intact saint's weapon? Those people screamed crazily. No, it's impossible for him to use an intact saint's weapon. It should be a half-saint artifact. A living fossil's eyes flickered. A half-saint artifact. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but they were still shocked. A half-saint artifact was an existence that surpassed a heaven-grade weapon. It was absolutely terrifying. This was because a wisp of divine aura had already condensed in it. Divine aura was an existence that surpassed the king realm. Even an invincible king would not dare to touch it easily. That mysterious and unfathomable power was far beyond their imagination. Now, the #1 prodigy had taken out such a weapon which filled them with despair. Damn it, the unparalleled battle physique was already so terrifying, and now he took out a half-saint artifact. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Indeed, with his current strength, he could already kill an ordinary invincible king. They wondered what other trump cards Lin Xian had. If not, they would not be able to resist. Lin Xian frowned, and his eyes were gloomy. He did not expect that the other party would bring such a terrifying weapon. A half-saint artifact was a weapon that was more powerful than a saint's fragment. It was probably only a true saint artifact. Only a half-saint artifact could suppress it. Chapter 2706. However, he had more than one saint fragment in his hand. If he used 2 more, he might be able to resist it. After all, no matter how strong his opponent was, it was only a half-step saint artifact. There was still a big gap between it and a true saint artifact. Kid, it's useless. Stop struggling. Even if you have the 9 yang divine body, you're still too weak to resist my half-step saint artifact." As he spoke, the number 1 prodigy pushed the terrifying 9-story pagoda. The 9-story pagoda spun, emitting light and thousands of auras. Boom! The monstrous light enveloped a radius of millions of miles, crushing the air and forcing everyone to retreat. This was the power of a half-step saint artifact. It could only release a simple saint aura. If it was a true saint artifact, it would be even more terrifying. Don't you have the 9-yang divine body? Don't you have the power of the purest yang? Today, I'll let you see what a true divine fire is. The number 1 prodigy sneered. With a wave of his hand, balls of flames flew out from the pagoda. They covered the sky and turned into a sea of fire that rushed forward. These were flames with Saint Aura. It was extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than the peerless sun. As soon as it appeared, it burned the void into nothingness. Oh no, that kid is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong the 9-yang divine body is, he hasn't cultivated it to greater mastery. Not to mention greater mastery, he probably hasn't even reached lesser mastery. Without a few 100 years of cultivation, it's impossible to reach lesser mastery with such a divine body. To reach greater mastery, it'll probably take a few 1,000 years of cultivation. Yes, that kid is still too young. If he cultivates for another few 100 years and becomes an invincible king, he'll probably be able to sweep through everyone. Many elders discussed. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He could naturally feel how terrifying the power of these flames was. With his current 9-yang divine body, he probably wouldn't be able to resist it. However, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He took out the saint's hand bone and floated it above his head. Countless rays of light shone down and enveloped his body. He avoided being injured by the terrifying flames. At the same time, he took out Flower Protector, tore a corner of the seal, and shook it gently. The terrifying demonic sound waves spread out in all directions like a sudden clap of thunder. They collided with the surrounding divine fire. Boom, boom. A world-shaking thunder rumbled, and everything within a radius of several million li was completely shattered. Large cracks were everywhere, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Although it was only a small piece of the sage's hand bone, it was still the body of a sage. The sage aura it contained was absolutely terrifying. The Flower Protector in his hand was a famous peerless killing weapon in the ancient times. Yi Shiwen couldn't tear open the seals of these 2 weapons at present. However, the power that he could unleash now was enough to contend against the opponent's semi-sage tool. After all, the other party was not a true half-saint. Like him, he was only an almighty. An intense collision rang out. Everyone retreated once again. They didn't dare to watch the battle any longer. There were peerless experts who set up terrifying formations that floated above the 9 heavens, transmitting these scenes over. And these people were basically pushed thousands of miles away. There was no other way. The 2's attacks were too fierce. Unless they also took out a saint's fragment or a half-saint item to defend themselves, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, they were only here to watch the battle. They wouldn't risk their lives like this. Sure enough, there was a super expert using a treasure. Although they were thousands of miles away, they could still clearly see the battle situation. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was actually not at a disadvantage against a half-saint item. That was natural. Don't forget that he was the master of the Immortal Palace. He had many treasures. Moreover, he had obtained many good things in the saint's ancient tomb that were enough to resist a half-saint item. Damn it, he actually blocked it. The number 1 genius's face was gloomy. He didn't expect the other party's trump card to be so strong. Thinking of this, a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. No, he had to get rid of the other party. He had to get the title of Central Emperor. An extremely terrifying light appeared on his body. His peerless battle constitution erupted again. The pagoda in his hand was pushed to the extreme. Rays of light erupted, and the terrifying divine fire covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian was also angry. He fully activated the 9 Yang divine body, and the great dragon sword soul didn't hold back. His combat strength was constantly rising. It directly surpassed the peerless battle constitution. The 2 great killing weapons in his hand were operating crazily. His 9 Yang divine body suffered the consequences and attacked like a madman. Sure enough, under the effect of the great dragon sword soul's heaven-defying power, the 2 great killing weapons also erupted with an incomparable aura. Their power had increased. It was unbelievable. The divine fire that filled the sky was directly extinguished by the terrifying sound waves. Not only that, the sound waves and the saint's hand bone formed a terrifying sword light that collided with the 9-story pagoda. The pagoda trembled nonstop, and its light dimmed. Buffed! The shocking change and Lin Xian's increase in strength made the number 1 genius unable to react before he was directly sent flying. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on his body. It couldn't be helped. The consequences of a half-step saint artifact were too terrifying. Even with his current peerless battle constitution, he probably couldn't withstand it. Damn it! A hint of anger appeared in the number 1 genius's eyes, but it was more of fear. His opponent's strength was too strong, especially now that his combat strength had surpassed his. He couldn't fight his opponent head-on anymore. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of this power. In the next moment, he held the 9-story pagoda in his hand and used lightning eclipse to quickly move in the sky. He wanted to distance himself and recover from his injuries. You want to leave? Stay here for me. Seeing that the other party was far away, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He used the Yin Yang 8 steps and teleported, chasing after him. How could he let such a good opportunity go? The other party was a peerless enemy. If he had the chance today, he had to kill him. The 2 of them flew quickly in the sky, one in front and one behind. Seeing this scene, the martial artists thousands of miles away were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Oh God, what did I just see? The number 1 genius was defeated, and he was still running away. Damn it, didn't the number 1 genius take out a half-step saint artifact? It could kill an ordinary invincible king. How could it be? What did that kid do? How could he be so powerful? What trump card did he take out? Could it be a real saint artifact? I don't know. The light just now was too strong, and it was surrounded by saint's aura. We couldn't see through it. Those people of the older generation also had anxious expressions on their faces. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, the 5 Elements Palace, and the 9 Firmaments Divine Emperor were stunned. Their eyes widened, and their faces were full of fear. The people of the war tribe screamed crazily. Impossible! How could our number 1 genius be defeated? That's right, this is an illusion. It must be an illusion. I don't believe it. The number 1 genius must be using a strategy to lure his opponent out. These people's faces were filled with madness as they kept shaking their heads. They couldn't accept the fact that the number 1 genius had been defeated. However, what made them even more terrified was yet to come. Chapter 2707. In the sky, the 2 figures were extremely fast. The first sky sex thunder movement was a bloodline secret divine power. Ordinary invincible kings couldn't keep up with it. As for Lin Xian, he had just fused 2 peerless footwork techniques and created the Yin Yang 8 steps. His speed wasn't slower than the first sky sex thunder movement at all. Not only that, Lin Xian even took out the dragon sword soul and held it in his hand. With a boom, the dragon-shaped sword shadow expanded and turned into a giant sword that was tens of thousands of feet long. It slashed forward. As if a giant dragon had been resurrected, The endless mountains in front of him collapsed, and the sky was cut in half. The entire world began to shake. The sword slashed down, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Damn it, block it. Seeing this scene, the first Sky Sex pupils constricted because the dragon-shaped sword shadow gave him goosebumps all over his body, and the blood in his body surged. He felt that if he faced it head-on, his peerless combat constitution would definitely not be able to block it. Even his unparalleled battle constitution was trembling under such combat power. He didn't know what it was that could surpass his peerless combat constitution, but now he couldn't care less. He had to block it quickly. With a wave of his hand, the pagoda floated and enveloped him. Clang! The sword slashed on the 9-story pagoda and made an earth-shattering sound. The void in all directions shattered. The first Sky Sex top prodigy was hit by the aftershock of the energy. He flew backward and vomited blood. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the saint's hand bone floated above his head to protect him. Flower Protector flew out and fought against the 9-story pagoda. He also slashed out the dragon-shaped sword shadow from time to time, trying to knock the pagoda away. Damn it! Block it! The first Sky Sex top prodigy roared crazily. He activated the 36 heavenly spirits and activated the 9-story pagoda at all costs. In the distance, the martial artists were all stunned when they saw this scene. The first Sky Sex top prodigy was being chased and beaten, and he even vomited blood and was injured. Lin Xian was really terrifying. Yes, who would have thought that the first Sky Sex top prodigy would be defeated in the end? It was really surprising. Would the first Sky Sex top prodigy be killed? Would that brat really dare to make a move? The position of number 1 genius in the battle race was not any lower than Yi Wudao's position in the Yi family. If the number 1 genius was killed, the battle race would definitely go crazy. That brat probably wouldn't dare. Everyone was talking about it. No, those battle race martial artists rushed up like madmen, wanting to rescue them. However, they had only flown a few 100,000 feet when they were swept away by the energy shockwave and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to go over. After all, it wasn't just the power of the two of them anymore. It was the power of the half-saint tool and the saint's fragment. At full power, it was impossible for them to resist such power. Don't run. You can't get away. Lin Xian snorted and activated his Tianji divine eyes. In the sky, a pair of golden eyes looked down and activated the floating light secret technique. Wang, the number 1 genius, was struck by an illusion. However, he recovered quickly. However, Lin Xian managed to grasp the opportunity in that split second. Flower Protector directly knocked the 9-story pagoda away. The number 1 prodigy was completely exposed in front of Lin Xian. Humph! Let's see what you can do without the half-saint tool. Damn it, not good. The number 1 prodigy's expression became extremely ugly. He didn't expect the other party to use a soul attack. He hurriedly took out a piece of jade and suspended it on his forehead, afraid that he would be struck by an illusion again. At the same time, he gritted his teeth. This brat is going too far. As he spoke, he went crazy. He didn't care about the price, and even burned his bloodline power to activate his peerless battle physique. His strength rose again. The world was enveloped by his light. Today, I'll let you see the true power of a peerless battle. Is that so? Today, I'll let you see what peerless battle strength is. Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow with both hands. The 9-yang divine body erupted with unparalleled power. The dragon sword's soul roared again and again, shaking the 9 heavens. Dragon soul slash. The terrifying sword light surged through the 9 heavens. The experts thousands of miles away trembled and prostrated on the ground, unable to raise their heads. It was too terrifying. The saints and saintesses also retreated. Their bodies bloomed with light to resist. In front of them, the apocalyptic scene lasted for a long time. Between heaven and earth, 108,000 sword chi streaked across. In the end, it slowly dissipated. The moment it dissipated, the people of the war tribe couldn't wait any longer. They rushed over crazily. Let's go and take a look. The other princes, prodigies, and experts also moved and flew forward. They felt that the bombs were almost used up. It should be safe to go there now. When they flew 2 million miles, the light in front of them finally dissipated. However, they didn't fly anymore. Instead, they were stunned in the sky. Many people trembled, rolled their eyes, and fainted. The others' expressions changed drastically, and their bodies trembled. The people of the war tribe screamed, crazily like wild dogs. Impossible! What did they see? In front of them, the number one prodigy's body was split in half. The number one prodigy was split in half. Blood dyed the sky red, and the 9-story pagoda beside him was dim. The number one prodigy was split in half. Heavens, he actually killed the number one prodigy. The saints and princes were stunned. That was the number one prodigy. The peerless battle physique, the unparalleled battle physique of the ancient times. When it reappeared in the world, it should have reached the peak and illuminated the ages. But now it was split in half by a sword. No one dared to believe it. Their minds were blank, and the surroundings were dead silent. How could this kid be so powerful? He could even split the number one prodigy. The people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens sacred ground trembled. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They even wanted to run away now. However, in order to not attract the other party's attention, they could only tremble on the spot. The third prince, 9th prince, Great Xia Prince, and Wu Hua stared at the peerless saints and princes in shock. Big brother Xianwan, Morong Qingcheng, and Shinqingqiu also opened their cherry mouths in disbelief. The elders, peerless experts, and living fossils were even more stunned. It was too unbelievable. According to their speculations, both of them had heaven-defying physiques, but because Lin Xian had only obtained the 9-yang divine physique for a short time, his combat strength was definitely inferior to the number one prodigy. In addition, the number one prodigy's battle physique was mainly known for its peerless attack power. Therefore, Lin Xian was definitely not a match for the number one prodigy. They speculated that Lin Xian would not be killed with the 9-yang divine physique, but it was normal for him to be defeated. But in the end, the peerless battle physique was split in half by the other party. This caused everyone to be stunned. There was actually someone who could defeat the peerless battle physique in terms of combat strength. What was it? What did the other party use? They couldn't accept it and screamed crazily. Chapter 2708. No, this was impossible. The people of the battle tribe went crazy. That was their number one prodigy. He had never been defeated since his debut. In recent years, he had swept through the true spirit world, apart from Yi Wudao and the Alcade Saint. The number one prodigy had fought many peerless prodigies in the past few years. However, he had easily defeated them. Once he used his peerless battle constitution, nothing could stop him. But now, not only had he been defeated, but he had also been killed. How could they explain this? The battle tribe would probably go crazy. Thinking of this, the martial artists of the battle tribe all knelt on the ground and roared. You dare to kill our number one prodigy? You're dead. Kid, the battle tribe will never let you go. These people stared at Lin Xian as if they had gone crazy. Xian snorted coldly. He stood in the void, his black hair fluttering, and the biting cold sword energy on his body was still there. He looked down, causing the martial artist standing below to vomit blood. It was too sharp. Just a glance from the other party was enough to kill them. No, this didn't seem to be his real body. This was a clone. Finally, a living fossil cried out in alarm. His eyes emitted mysterious runes as he stared at the corpse in the sky that had been cut in half. What? Hearing this, the older generation, saints, and other prodigies all turned to look. Was it really a clone? Why couldn't they see it? It clearly had flesh and blood, and even internal organs. How could it be a clone? Right? Weren't clones formed by energy and dissipated after death? This clone didn't have that either. A clone with a peerless battle constitution is different from the one you know. This is a clone formed by bloodline power. Its combat strength isn't weaker than the main body, and it also has a peerless battle constitution. It's just that it has 2 more lives. If the clone was killed, the main body wouldn't be affected. What? There was such a thing? The Grand Xia Prince and the others gasped. Did the battle tribe have such a heaven-defying ability? All of a sudden, they all looked at the martial artists of the battle tribe. The experts of the battle tribe were also trembling with excitement. Yes, it was a clone. The number 1 prodigy had cultivated that kind of clone. It wasn't the main body. Great. They heaved a sigh of relief. Although the number 1 prodigy had been defeated, and they were surprised and upset, they still had hope as long as their true bodies were not killed. If even a clone is this powerful, doesn't that mean the number 1 heaven's favorite's original form is already heaven-defying? Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the enemy's true body. That's right. The other martial artists were shocked. However, a living fossil shook its head. No, you guessed wrong. Even though the true body of the number 1 genius was strong, it wasn't that much stronger than this clone. After all, he had spent a great deal of effort and the power of his bloodline to refine the clone. It already possessed a lot of fine flesh. Therefore, even if the true body of the number 1 prodigy was here, it was hard to say who would win if he fought with Lin Xian. What? So, this was the situation. Hearing this, everyone understood. This clone was not much different from the true body of the number 1 genius. Lin Xian was indeed incomparably terrifying. Humph! A doppelganger! Lin Xian snorted coldly. It seemed that the number 1 prodigy was still alive. But so what? If he dared to come, Lin Xian would cut him down with his sword. The combat power of the main body and the clone was not much different. Therefore, even if the opponent's true body came, Lin Xian was not afraid. He waved his sword and directly slashed at the 9-story pagoda. The saint's hand lock and flower protector attacked, causing the pagoda's light to dim. Lin Xian took out a set of array formations and directly enveloped the 9-story pagoda before putting it away. No, damn brat, how dare you? The people of the war tribe were furious and roared crazily. The pagoda was a half-step sage artifact with terrifying power. It was their precious treasure. Now, it was snatched away by someone else. How could they tolerate it? However, in the next moment, these people were sent flying. Lin Xian's gaze made them tremble again. Go back and tell your number 1 heaven stage cultivator to come here and die. Lin Xian's cold voice resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Those people's scalps went numb. This matter swept out like a gust of wind. In an instant, everyone in the central continent knew about it. Before long, everyone in the true spirit world knew about it. When they heard that the number 1 heaven's pride had been killed, they were extremely shocked. When they learned that it was only a clone that was killed, they were all stupefied. When they learned that the strength of the clone was no weaker than the true body, they all boiled over. This was equivalent to the number 1 heaven's pride dying once. Even if his true body went, he might not be able to defeat the other party. As expected of the central emperor, had he already defied the heavens to such an extent? That was a peerless battle physique. It was famous in ancient times, and it was born for battle. Yet it had been killed by the other party. For a moment, the discussion about Lin Xian was very intense. His limelight directly overshadowed Yi Wudao, South Emperor, West Buddha, and the others. It could be said that he had become the most dazzling, peerless genius on the true spirit continent. The array masters in the distant Qinling Mountains, the elders of the various sacred lands, and the sacred lords also heard the news. They were all shocked. The Crimson Dragon, the chief enforcer, and the others cried out in surprise, and then they all laughed. Was this brat already this strong? The Crimson Dragon was very happy. Damn it, he had to hurry up and break the array. The other Sacred Lands sects also sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at Immortal Palace's people with extreme shock. The Battle Tribe's elders were so angry that they vomited blood. 2 of them even fainted. Damn it, our number 1 Heaven's Pride didn't lose. That's right, he killed the clone. Our number 1 Heaven's Pride's true body is much stronger than the clone. The Battle Tribe's martial artists gnashed their teeth. However, there were also many people who sneered. Bah, strong my ass. Living fossils have long taught us about this. The strength of the clone and the true body were not much different. Even if the true body was strong, it wouldn't be too heaven-defying. That's right, get your number 1 Heaven's Pride to come out. Take a look at our great god Lin Xian. Lin Xian's battle had gained many admirers. These people were all young martial artists. They yearned for heaven's pride, heroes, and the peak of martial arts. Lin Xian had defeated the number 1 Heaven's Pride, and his reputation was like the sun. These small martial artists admired him greatly. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard the clamor of the Battle Tribe's people, they fought back crazily. What number 1 Heaven's Pride? He's not a match for our great god Lin Xian at all. That's right, our great god Lin Xian is the Central Emperor. You're the number 1 Heaven's Pride. No matter how awesome you are, can you obtain the title of Central Emperor? The person who ranked this was really a genius. He was probably a peerless figure who understood the past and present. He had long arranged the ranking. So, you number 1 Heaven's Pride don't struggle anymore. All kinds of mocking remarks sounded out, causing the Battle Tribe's martial artists to vomit blood. Many people fainted from anger. Chapter 2709. A slap in the face. This was a slap in the face. The people from the War Tribe were also surprised. They hadn't reacted yet, but these cultivators had spontaneously helped them. It was really surprising. Lin Xian was also dumbfounded when he saw this. Brother Xian, it seems that you've gained a lot of supporters. Murong Qingchen covered her mouth and chuckled. Shen Jingqiu ran over and held Lin Xian's hand. Brother Lin Xian, I'm your biggest supporter. Although the battle was over, the discussion never dissipated. Instead, it became more and more intense. In the Yi family, Yi Wudao was also surprised when he heard the news. Brother Lin is already so strong. I'm really looking forward to fighting with you. His eyes shone brightly. This peerless physique also wants to fight with me. He was originally a sacred physique, and his name shook the continent. Of course, there were other physiques on the same level as him, such as the 9 Yang Divine physique. They were all famous physiques. However, these physiques were very heaven-defying. For thousands of years, it was unknown how many of them had appeared. It was rare for them to appear at the same time. This time, 3 of them appeared at once. The coexistence of 3 divine physiques made many of the older generation exclaim that the Golden Age had really arrived. When the Alcade Saint heard the news, his body also shone brightly. Lin Xian, the number 1 genius, his eyes were also full of fighting spirit. In the vast mountains, the mysterious blue-clothed man was sitting cross-legged. When he heard the news, he also frowned. It was really surprising that he could defeat the number 1 genius. To be honest, he was very surprised. Although the other party had the 9 Yang Divine physique, he didn't think that the other party could maintain the title of Middle Emperor. The reason why he had placed Qin Nan in such a position was so that the number 1 genius would be able to kill him. But now, the other party's combat strength was really beyond his expectations. This guy must have secrets that we don't know. I must find out. Apart from the 9 yang divine physique, what other secrets does he have? The mysterious blue-clothed man's eyes were gloomy. All kinds of discussions were still going on. Lin Xian didn't leave. He had already sent out an invitation to the world group to fight. Therefore, even though he had defeated the #1 prodigy, he had no intention of leaving. However, he was surprised to see that the geniuses from other continents had rushed over. There were many powerful experts, but none of them made a move. There was nothing they could do about it. Previously, when they came here, they were full of confidence, thinking that they could kill the Central Emperor. However, when they arrived and learned that the #1 prodigy had been killed, they all hesitated, terrified. That was a peerless battle constitution. If they couldn't even defeat the other party, would they have any chance of winning? These people didn't make a move. They just waited silently. More and more saints and prodigies gathered in the middle ground. This made all the martial artists excited. They were all discussing whether there was a genius who was even more terrifying than the #1 genius. The #1 genius was already at the top of the younger generation. There weren't many who were stronger than him, but there were a few who were on par with him. The Tao Yi Saint Son of the Tao Yi Holy Land was rumored to have a mysterious physique that could fuse with the Tao. He was extremely terrifying. Although he didn't make many moves, no one dared to underestimate him. Yes, the Alcade Saint was also extremely terrifying. In the Eastern Wilderness, he was as famous as the Saint physique. The Jade Lake Saintess and Zixia Saintess were also rumored to have mysterious bloodlines. However, they had an extraordinary relationship with Lin Xian, so it was impossible for them to make a move. In the middle ground, the Prince of the Skyscraper was extremely powerful. Although he came, he didn't make a move. However, I guess his strength is not weaker than the #1 genius. Yes, the 9 Li Crown Prince of the 9 Li dynasty also had a terrifying divine physique. The divine Wind Dynasty's goddess. It was rumored that she was extremely mysterious and had never been defeated. There were also some hidden families and ancient sects that hadn't appeared. The world was too vast, and there were countless experts. No one knew when one would appear. Indeed, he had heard of Central Emperor Lin Xian before. It was a new force that had emerged in recent years. Who knew if another heaven-defying monster like this would appear in a few years' time? Everyone was discussing animatedly, and some nosy people were screaming. They really hoped that these titled geniuses would fight. Yes, I want to see who's stronger between the divine physique and the divine physique of 9 Yang. I want to see what kind of mysterious person the North Demon is. I heard that the South Emperor had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. I wonder if he's stronger than the Central Emperor and the Eastern Sage. I don't know, but I think that guy from the West Buddha is more terrifying. He's the reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. The onlookers were in a heated discussion. They realized that none of the 5 titled battle pet warriors could tell who was stronger until the battle began. Everyone was discussing while waiting. About 5 or 6 days later, the skies suddenly rolled. Half of the demonic aura and the other half of the holy light illuminated the sky. It was as if a demon had come out. Heavens, what a terrifying aura! Who's that? A terrifying genius had arrived. It's the twin kings of the middle ground. He actually appeared again. Wasn't he defeated by Lin Xian before? That was indeed the case. However, from the looks of it, he should have come out of seclusion. His current aura was much more powerful than before. Speaking of which, the twin kings were also monsters. The power of light and darkness went hand in hand. If they could perfectly fuse together, they would definitely be a terrifying enemy. That's right, the people who came were indeed the twin kings of the middle ground. They had directly broken through to the level of a top saint during their seclusion. Moreover, they had also mastered a powerful technique which was to fuse their power attributes and form a picture of light and darkness. Its power was incomparably terrifying. Therefore, they were very confident this time and came to challenge Lin Xian. "Kid, I'm here again." Dai obediently. The moment the twin kings of the middle ground arrived, they looked around disdainfully. The two of them stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You don't know what's good for you. It seems that you don't repent after I spared you last time. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Xian stood up. The others were discussing spiritedly. "Can the twin kings of the middle ground win? I don't think so. Even the number one genius was split in half, let alone them." "What? The number one genius was split in half?" Hearing that, the twin kings were stunned. They did not immediately attack. Instead, they looked around. "What did you say? When did that happen?" The surrounding people trembled. They were no match for the twin kings, so they quickly told them what happened. After the twin kings heard that, their expressions became extremely ugly. The two of them were about to cry. That was because they had fought with the number one genius before. At that time, they were completely defeated. They were no match for Lin Xian on the first day. But now, the number one genius was split in half by the kid in front of them. Didn't that mean that the kid could kill them with a single sword strike? Thinking of that, they quickly retreated. "Wait." Chapter 27:10. Wait. Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. "What's that guy doing?" The others were also very puzzled. Countless gazes turned to the middle ground twin kings. The twin kings' expressions were ugly. They wished they could find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. However, they did not want to be killed. "Well, we've come to the wrong battlefield. We're not here to look for you. Goodbye." As he said that, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the void. He left. Everyone's minds went blank. They could not react in time. What's going on? The twin kings came aggressively, but they left without making a single move. They were probably scared off by the news of the number one prodigy. That's what I think. Humph. How dare you challenge our great god Lin Xian with this kind of strength? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian's supporters sneered. The others were also stunned. It seemed that the twin kings had really been scared off. Even Lin Xian's mouth twitched. That works too? That doesn't match their personalities. In his opinion, the poisoned twin kings were very violent and cruel, and they were not very smart. Even if they knew it was dangerous, they would still risk their lives. He did not expect them to be afraid of death. He did not know that the battle between him and the number one prodigy was too shocking. Probably not many people would dare to attack him now. Next 1 month, 2 months. Lin Xian kept waiting. However, no one had ever made a move against him. That made him feel a little bored. In the end, he stood up. "Since no one attacked, I'm leaving." Everyone looked at each other, but in the end, no one dared to attack. Lin Xian was too domineering. Seeing that scene, Lin Xian shook his head and left. He brought Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing back to the immortal palace together. In any case, those two were his women, not outsiders. After Lin Xian left, the other saints and prodigies also dispersed. The war tribe, in a cave abode, a figure opened his eyes. His body shone with light and an incomparably mysterious aura. He was the number one prodigy. However, at this moment, his expression was abnormally malevolent, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A boom rang out as he charged out of the immortal's cave, throwing his head back and roaring, "That damned Lin Xian! I'll kill you! I will definitely kill you!" Naturally, he knew that his clone had been killed. However, he didn't expect that his clone would actually be killed. One had to know that it wasn't an ordinary clone. It was equivalent to his life. More importantly, it was a clone. What he practiced was an extremely terrifying cultivation technique, and this clone was extremely important to him. But now, he was actually killed, making him fall short of success. In the end, He was unable to master the divine art. He was driven mad. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party, cut the other party into 1,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. However, now was not the time, because he was now suffering from the backlash of the cultivation technique. He needed to rest and recover from his injuries. Just you wait. When I come out of seclusion, it will be the time of your death. The number one heaven's chosen gritted his teeth and returned to his cave abode. The people of the war tribe also had gloomy expressions. They all wanted to send out invincible kings to kill the other party. Not only them, but the other powerful forces, and those who had a grudge against Lin Xian also wanted to send invincible kings to kill him. There was no other way. Lin Xian had displayed the potential of a young, great emperor. If such a person continued to grow, his future would be limitless. If he really became a great emperor, then those sacred grounds and sects that had offended him before would probably be directly wiped out. That was something they couldn't bear. Therefore, they wanted to kill him. However, the invincible kings they sent out were directly killed before they could find Lin Xian. Even their souls didn't escape. This scene made all the sacred grounds who wanted to kill him tremble. Damn it, there was a peerless expert protecting him. Perhaps in the future, even if they wanted to kill him, they would have to do it secretly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hurt him at all. Instead, they would be killed by the experts around him. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. In this year, the reputation of Lin Xian and the other four swept across the continent. However, in this year, no one dared to challenge the five of them. Lin Xian, Morong Qingcheng, and Shen Jingqiu stayed for 2 months before he went into seclusion. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu also went into seclusion. This was a golden age. They had to increase their strength to survive in this golden age. Otherwise, they would only become stepping stones for others. After Lin Xian went into seclusion, he took out the 9-story pagoda and used his heavenly secret god eyes to forcefully erase his opponent's soul imprint. Then he planted his own soul imprint. The 9-story pagoda's power was terrifying. If he didn't have the saint's gauntlet and flower protector, it would have been difficult for him to block it. In the future, with this item, his trump card would be even stronger. Moreover, the flames in the pagoda were even more tempting. This item is the best treasure for tempering the 9 young divine body. This divine fire had previously been a great threat to him. With his current physique, he couldn't completely resist it. However, he could rely on the divine fire to increase the power of his physique. Next, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9-story pagoda continued to expand. He entered the first level and was enveloped by endless flames. The flames were too terrifying. They directly burned Lin Xian's skin and flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely faint from shock. This was the process of cultivating the 9 young divine body. It was too cruel, too cruel. However, his power was also very strong. As expected, Lin Xian circulated the cultivation method of the 9 young divine body. Those broken body parts slowly healed. Moreover, they became even stronger. It was overflowing with light. However, his body soon split open again, and then recovered. Just like that, he cultivated over and over again. Every time he recovered, his physique would become a little stronger. He slowly set off towards the 6th stage of the first level. A year later, Immortal Palace received news from Qinling Mountain. The elders in Immortal Palace were extremely shocked and hurriedly sent a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly walked out of the 3rd level of the 9-story pagoda. The aura on his body had become even stronger. In this year, countless fractures and recoveries had caused his divine body to finally advance by another stage, reaching the 6th stage of the 1st level. Palace Master, there's news from the front. Those elders quickly reported. Lin Xian walked out, put on a black Taoist robe, and came to the Star Palace. He received the news from the front and his eyes burned with a fiery light. Has it been opened? According to our investigation, the nest of 10,000 dragons is very large. Other than the nest of 10,000 dragons itself, there are several other nests guarding it. Thinking about it, they should be the guardians of the dragon race. Right now, we are opening the ancient tomb of one of the guardians, not the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, according to our speculation, the ancient tomb of this guardian is also very powerful, not weaker than the previous saint's tomb. There were actually guardians. Moreover, the guardians were so powerful, as expected of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the place where the dragons of the world gathered. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He gave the order to quickly gather and set off. Chapter 27:11. Even if it was a guardian's lair, they wouldn't miss it. After all, anything related to the nest of 10,000 dragons was definitely shocking. It wasn't just a moral palace. At this moment, all the sacred lands and top organizations in the true spirit world received the news from the Qinling Mountains. They were all excited. One by one, they organized their troops and prepared to set off for the Qinling Mountains. The world was in an uproar again. Qinling Mountains. The Crimson Dragon and the others raised their heads and looked ahead. The lair was blooming with light, and their eyes flickered. So far, we have detected 5 guardians' lairs, and this is only the first guardian. The nest of 10,000 dragons is really shocking. Yes, it would take several years just to crack these guardians' ancient tombs. Opening the nest of 10,000 dragons would probably take even longer. Don't be afraid. Even if it takes 100 years or 200 years, we must get it out. This is definitely an endless treasure. If we get it, we will be rich. These array masters and elders were filled with excitement. Crack, crack. In the sky, countless large cracks flickered, and Tao patterns gathered, forming a terrifying black vortex. In that vortex, figures appeared one after another. These people were naturally the powerhouses of the various sacred lands and sections. They quickly landed and met up with the cultivators of their sacred lands. Palace Master, the Chief Protector, and the others also saw Lin Xian and hurriedly greeted him. Lin Xian landed with a group of powerhouses from Immortal Palace, and the Crimson Dragon also walked up. Kid, your aura has become stronger again. How is it? Which guardian's lair has been opened? Lin Xian smiled. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon flew up and pointed ahead. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Then he was extremely surprised. What dense spiritual energy! That's right, it was overflowing. So one could imagine how dense the spiritual energy inside was. However, the Crimson Dragon sighed. Damn it, Ben Huang can't go. Ben Huang has to preside over the array formation here and continue to crack it. Don't worry, if there are treasures, I will definitely get them for you, Lin Xian said. The Crimson Dragon nodded. Indeed, although the Guardian's nest was tempting, his ultimate goal was still the nest of 10,000 dragons. He was not the only one. Most of the array masters had not left. They were still trying their best to crack the array. The Holy Land powerhouses who had rushed over were all preparing to enter. Let's go. Seeing the black holes in the sky, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he led a few protectors and a group of experts in. After entering, he dragged the little white monkey out. The little white monkey was the best at finding treasures. One's own lineage, as soon as the little white monkey came out, it danced with joy and excitement. The others were even more shocked. What a rich spiritual energy. I could feel the qi and blood in my body boiling. Ha! As expected of a land of treasures, it was indeed powerful. The martialist who came and laughed maniacally. The saints were also shocked. Ha ha ha, I won't hold back anymore. A young man in luxurious clothes looked up to the sky and laughed, devouring the starry sky. Above his head, a chaotic starry sky appeared and quickly turned into a vortex, madly devouring the surrounding spirit chi. Look at me! Another powerhouse transformed into 9 tiger heads and crazily absorbed the spirit chi. Everyone used their ultimate skills and crazily absorbed the spirit chi here. Lin Xian also started. In the dragon sword domain, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared and also absorbed a large amount of energy. Previously, Lin Xian could only improve slowly. However, in such a place with so many treasures, he wouldn't hold back. The longevity art in his body was fully activated. All the spiritual energy was focused on the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul let out a loud dragon roar. It was as if it had come alive and kept moving. It even began to absorb the spirit chi himself. As he absorbed the spiritual energy, all the spiritual energy in the surroundings turned into waves and swept towards him. This scene was too terrifying. It shocked the surrounding people, and they all roared, "Damn it, who dares to steal my spirit chi? Don't let me find out, or I'll wring your head off. Stop it!" Angry roars sounded one after another. Everyone looked around. Soon, they found the source. "It's that guy! Damn it! What kind of skill did he use to absorb the spirit chi so violently? I'm affected by him. Damn it, I can't absorb the spirit chi either. Go, kill him!" Angry roars sounded one after another. Among them, there were many supreme powerhouses and some geniuses. However, when they came to the side of the figure, they were so scared that they trembled and almost fell from the sky. "What? It's him! It's actually him! Damn it, it's Lin Xian of the Central Emperor. Run! Don't do anything to him, or we'll be dead." These people retreated crazily, their faces full of fear. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at these people coldly. Then he said indifferently, "Is there a problem?" "No, no." These people hurriedly shook their heads. Previously, they were aggressive, but now they were as docile as lambs. "Sir Central Emperor, we didn't disturb your cultivation, did we? We'll leave now." "Yes, yes, yes, we'll go to other places to absorb the spirit chi." "Sir Central Emperor, please don't worry about us." These people hurriedly fled. In an instant, except for the martial artists of a mortal palace, everyone else around Lin Xian left. No one dared to stay by Lin Xian's side. This made Lin Xian very satisfied. The martial artists of a mortal palace were shocked. Many of them had been in a mortal palace all this time. Although they had heard of Lin Xian's battle achievements, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The palace master was so impressive. No one dared to provoke the palace master now. The palace master didn't even need to make a move. Just a look was enough to scare these powerhouses away. They were too excited. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Everyone start absorbing. We'll absorb as we go." Indeed, the spirit chi here was rich and fragrant. There were also other treasures. After Lin Xian and the others left, more and more people came in. Dian sacred ground, For Symbols sacred ground, Tao East sacred ground, White Horse temple, Orchid temple, Myriad Buddha temple, Myriad poison cult, Wang family, Du family, Zhao family. The Demon King Palace, the Tai dynasty, and all the other top forces had sent their top talents here. As soon as they came in, they went crazy with joy. The spirit chi was too terrifying. Hurry up and absorb. Set off quickly. There were definitely shocking treasures ahead. These people moved quickly. They were like locusts, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they flew past. With more treasures, there were more people, so there was more friction. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. In front, there was a fiery wind tree. Divine flames danced on it, followed by fiery phoenix fruits. They looked like real phoenixes. This was a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It had rich fire attributes and powerful energy. It could be said that it was extinct in the outside world. Unexpectedly, it appeared here. Moreover, there were hundreds of them. This scene naturally shocked the surrounding people. In an instant, many people tried to snatch them. Chapter 27:12. Sizzle. Ah! Screams rang out as dozens of cultivators turned into white smoke and fell from the sky. However, halfway through, they had completely melted. What terrifying corrosion! Who was using poison? In the distance, those people were terrified. They all activated their king domains to cover their bodies. The light from their bodies pierced through the surroundings. Damn it, who is it? Get out here! Ha ha! A bunch of ants. How dare they target the firewind tree? More than a dozen black-robed men walked out. The one in front was a black-robed youth. He was handsome and had an evil look on his face. He was playing with a purple centipede in his hand, and there were a few poisonous snakes coiling around his body. The poison sect saint. These people's pupils constricted. Since you know that our saint has arrived, why aren't you scramming? The poison sect's people shouted coldly. The firewind tree is ours. Humph, so what if you're the poison sect saint? Do you really think we're afraid of you? We were careless before. That's right, we have more people. I don't believe that we can't defeat you. There were many cultivators from the sacred grounds who had joined forces, and there were many peerless experts among them. They snorted coldly, and all stood out. The poison sect saint was not enough to make them retreat. After all, the firewind tree could no longer be found outside. It would be a great loss if they missed this opportunity. Heaven's thunder palm. An expert walked out and sent out a palm. Thunder rumbled. Behind him, there was even an endless sea of lightning. This palm was too terrifying. It covered the sky and covered a part of the sky. It even covered a few fiery wind trees. 9 heaven's divine sword. Someone waved his sword, and sword light flashed in the sky. It was as if divine light had descended from the 9 heavens. It was extremely terrifying. In an instant, many powerhouses made their moves, all of them charging towards the myriad poison order. The poison sect's people snorted coldly, and the poison sect's saint smiled coldly. You don't know what's good for you. I'll send you to hell. Baby, it's up to you. Facing the terrifying attacks, the poison sect's saint did not move. Instead, he spoke to the purple centipede in his palm. The purple centipede was very intelligent. When it heard this, it turned into purple lightning and instantly charged out. Puff, puff, puff. Soon screams sounded. The surrounding cultivators all widened their eyes. Their bodies trembled, and their auras disappeared. Their necks had been bitten by the purple centipedes. In an instant, they were poisoned. Their bodies stiffened, and they fell from the sky. Damn it, he's actually so strong. Run quickly. This purple centipede was an incomparably terrifying demon king. The surrounding martial artists fled, as if they had gone mad. This was because someone had already recognized it. It was a 7-star centipede, one of the most terrifying types of poisonous creatures. After being nurtured by the holy sun of myriad poisons, he had probably become a terrifying poison king. Even peerless almighties could not withstand it, let alone them. The surrounding people fled, as if they had gone mad. However, the saint son of myriad poisons merely laughed coldly. Don't run. Go to hell for me. The purple centipede dashed forward at lightning speed, and everyone fell to the ground due to the poison. In an instant, there was no one in the surrounding space. Only the people from the myriad poison sect were still sneering. You really don't know what's good for you. How dare you go against our myriad poison cult? The myriad poison saint turned his head and stared at the fire maple tree below. A fiery light appeared in his eyes. 7-star centipede, I didn't expect you to have such a poison king. How surprising. However, it's useless to me. I'll give you a chance to live. Take your people and get lost. A delicate shout came from the sky. Who's that? You're courting death. The people from the Myriad Poison sect were instantly enraged. The saint son of Myriad Poison's expression darkened. He stared into the distance and pierced through the void. Just now, he had used a centipede to kill so many powerhouses. It could be said that his methods were very vicious. But now, someone was looking for trouble with him. They were courting death. Who is it? Could it be those 5 people? The powerhouses of the Myriad Poison sect were also decent. If it was those 5 from the Central Imperial Academy, it would be troublesome. No, it's a woman's voice. There were no women among the 5 top prodigies. It's probably some saintess. So what if she's a saintess? If she dares to come, I'll kill her. How arrogant. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The void was torn apart and a graceful figure descended. Beside her were 3 martial artists. There were very few of them. This scene surprised the saint son of Myriad Poison. The people from the Myriad Poison sect even sneered. You dare to be arrogant in front of us with so few people? You really don't know what's good for you. Buzz. As soon as they finished speaking, their expressions changed drastically, and they frantically retreated. The woman suddenly descended in front of them. An extremely terrifying fluctuation surged from her body. In her hand, a sword light that was 10,000 meters long flashed. It tore through the void and descended from the sky. A terrifying storm swept through the surroundings, covering the entire sky. This sword slashed directly at the powerhouses of the Myriad Poison sect. Those powerhouses vomited blood and flew backward. Some were even slashed apart. They retreated far away before they recovered with difficulty. In the next moment, they looked forward with a crazed expression. Damn it! How dare you sneak attack us? Sneak attack you? Hurry up and get lost. I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you. Princess, which dynasty are you from? The saint son of Myriad Poison asked with a frown. That sword strike just now also took his breath away. It was obvious that the other party was also a saint. How can a mere dynasty be compared to my family? The woman was very proud. I'm South Thearka's sister. You can call me the princess. The young girl's voice sounded with boundless arrogance. Hearing this, the expressions of the people of the Myriad Poison sect changed. The princess. They all thought that the other party was a descendant of the Tharch. However, they soon realized that was not the case. She should be from the Yen family, and she was very close to Yen Nantian. Damn it, could she be Yen Nanshan's sister? That's right, I'm Yen Nanshan's sister. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, when my brother comes, all of you will die. Yen Feiyu's expression was arrogant. She did not take the Myriad Poison sect seriously at all. How arrogant. The saint's face was gloomy. If Yen Nantian came personally, he would really turn around and leave. However, this was only his sister. Did she want to scare him away with the name of South Tharch? How was that possible? He was not someone to be trifled with. You want me to leave? Speak with your true strength. The 7-star centipede in the saint's hand flickered with a demonic light. Humph! A piece of trash like you doesn't need my brother to do anything. I can kill you myself. Yen Feiyu snorted coldly and quickly attacked. Sword light filled the sky and slashed toward the Myriad Poison saint. You're courting death. The saint was also furious. He was a saint. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? In the next moment, he urged the 7-star centipede to attack. The 7-star centipede turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared. A black ocean appeared behind the saint. All kinds of poisonous insects and beasts bobbed up and down in it. It was abnormally terrifying. Chapter 27:13. The The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. However, the thousand-poisoned saint had underestimated Yen Feiyu. Yen Feiyu's sword light soared into the sky and blocked all the poisonous bugs. She even blocked the seven-star centipede. Not only that, but the cyan sword in his hand was also extremely sharp and strange. A few sword lights almost hurt the thousand poisons' holy son. You're courting death. The thousand poison saint was furious. He roared into the sky, and his power soared into the sky. He took out a pitch-black jar and poured his energy into it. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the entire sky. Oh no! This guy is using his trump card. The three powerhouses behind Yen Feiyu frowned. One of them sneered. How dare he use his trump card in front of our young miss? He really doesn't know what's good for him. The black jar emitted a monstrous cold aura. It turned into a ray of black light and flew over. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed. Everyone around quickly retreated. This was an extremely poisonous item. It was even more terrifying than the Poison King. Just a trace of its aura would cause one's vitality to wither and turn into bones. Yen Feiyu shouted and spat out a pair of golden scissors. The golden scissors enlarged and turned into two dragons. They rushed out and cut the entire sky in half. The black fog in front of them also broke apart in an instant. It couldn't withstand it at all. Dragon scissors. Wasn't this Yen Nanshan's treasure? It was actually with him. Saint, retreat quickly. The powerhouses of the Thousand Poison sect cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. That was because the dragon scissors was a powerful weapon. The Thousand Poison Saint's pupils constricted. He hurriedly used the black jar to block in front of him. With a clang, the dragon scissors and the gray jar collided, making an earth-shattering sound. The Thousand Poison Saint spat out blood and flew backward. Damn it, let's go. In the next moment, he turned into rolling black fog and wrapped the powerhouses of the Thousand Poison sect and quickly left. The other party was very strong and had many trump cards. If the battle continued, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage. More importantly, the other party was Yen Nanshan's sister. If he really hurt her, Yen Nantian would probably kill him. Therefore, the Thousand Poison Saint didn't dare to stay here. Seeing the other party escape, Yen Feiyu snorted coldly. He really overestimated himself. She ignored him and turned to look at the fire maple tree below. My line is my line. Suddenly, Yen Feiyu frowned. She discovered that there was a white figure rapidly shuttling back and forth between the fire phoenix trees below. Although the speed was very fast, she still saw that it was a monkey, a snow-white little monkey. Spirit monkey? The corners of Yen Feiyu's lips curled up as her eyes lit up. She was really lucky to be able to obtain a spiritual beast from this guardian's lair. Come to think of it, it should be a mutated species of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, she waved her jade-like hands, forming an inescapable net that grabbed downwards. Wooji Wooji was not some native spirit monkey below, but a little snow-white monkey. Seeing that someone was trying to capture it, it swiftly traversed through space and vanished from the spot. When it appeared again, it dodged the fierce palm. It floated in the sky, bared its teeth, and spat at Yen Feiyu. From the looks of it, he was furious. What incredible speed! What a strange movement technique! The three experts of the Yen family were shocked. Yen Feiyu was also interested. As expected of the guardian's lair, the spiritual beasts inside were indeed powerful. If she could obtain it and nurture it, it would definitely become a powerful demon king. As she spoke, she waved her jade-like hands again and grabbed downwards. Her jade-like hands overlapped and covered the sky. The little snow-white monkey kept dodging. It was so angry that it scratched its ears and cheeks. In the next moment, its body swayed and it charged towards Yen Feiyu. Seeing this, Yan Feiyu smiled. She thought that the other party had surrendered. Come, sweetheart, come to me. She took out a spiritual fruit. Spit. She was slapped on the head. The furry little paw slapped her face. Yan Feiyu was dizzy, and she felt that the spiritual qi in her body had frozen, taking advantage of the few seconds of dizziness. The little snow-white monkey was so angry that it used its little paw to ruthlessly stomp on Yan Feiyu's handsome face. In the next moment, it turned into a bolt of white lightning and fled thousands of miles away. Ah, damned beast, I'm going to kill you. 3 seconds later, Yan Feiyu recovered and screamed in anger. A damned monkey actually dared to stomp on my face? Moreover, it even knocked me out. She couldn't bear it. She was high and mighty. Even the myriad poison sage had to run away when he saw her, let alone a little monkey. Catch it! I'm going to tear it into pieces. Yan Feiyu snorted coldly. The 3 powerhouses of the Yan family rushed over. The 3 of them used their king domains and covered the sky and earth. They wanted to kill the little snow-white monkey. Pung! 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 However, in the next moment, the 3 of them were also slapped in the face and felt dizzy. Their king domains disappeared. The little snow-white monkey appeared in another direction and made faces while spitting at them. Damn it! What kind of monkey is this? How can it be so strange? It can make us dizzy. It's too fast. It's definitely a mutant. The 3 of them recovered and exclaimed in surprise. Yan Feiyu's gaze was gloomy. She wiped the footprints on her face and was shocked. Although she was angry, she changed her mind. Don't kill it. Capture it. It's definitely a terrifying mutant. I must make good use of it. Indeed, the other party could even knock it out. If she could be tamed, she would be able to catch her enemies off guard and easily kill them. In the next moment, she opened her mouth again and spat out the Jiao dragon scissors. The golden scissors expanded in the air and turned into 2 dragons. They circled quickly and charged toward the little snow-white monkey. Little White changed its position. However, this time, the Jiao dragon scissors quickly followed. Wuji, Wuji, the little snow-white monkey panicked this time because it couldn't dodge. The 2 dragons also pierced through the void and were getting closer and closer to it. They were about to surround it. Seeing this, Yan Feiyu smiled. Great, I finally got it. The Jiao dragon scissors was a powerful weapon that her brother had given her. It was a half-step saint artifact and was very powerful. Even the saints and saintesses couldn't resist it, let alone a little monkey. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. Light danced in the sky, and the Jiao dragon scissors were sent flying. What? Seeing this, the 3 experts from the Yan family were stunned. Yan Feiyu was even more stunned. What's going on? Her Jiao dragon scissors were sent flying? That little monkey is already so terrifying? No, who is it? Her face turned gloomy. In front of her, a figure appeared beside the little snow-white monkey. It was a young man in a black robe. He had a handsome face, and there was a flaming pagoda in front of him that was burning fiercely. The moment he appeared, he waved his hand, and the little snow-white monkey came to his shoulder. It waved its little paws and seemed to be saying something. Chapter 27:14. Who are you? How dare you snatch what I want? Yan Feiyu stared at the black-robed young man and said coldly, Cripple your hands and kneel down before me. Then I can let you go. At the front, when Lin Xian heard these words, he frowned. Who is this? How arrogant! How dare someone speak to him in such a tone? Was he looking for death? Judging from the little white monkey's words, this guy was chasing after Little White. Lin Xian could not take it anymore. He asked coldly, You attacked Little White just now. Could it be that this is your monkey? Yan Feiyu said with a frown, I don't care about Little White or Little Black. Since I want it, it's mine. If you know what's good for you, Hand it over. Otherwise, you'll end up in a terrible state. Let me ask you, did you attack it just now? Lin Xian asked again. His voice was cold, and he was emitting a murderous aura. So what? It's just a little beast. If you want to kill me, you can do it. What can you do to me? Yan Feiyu snorted coldly, as if she did not care about anyone in the world. Humph! Lin Xian's face darkened. He had to teach this guy a lesson since he dared to treat Little White like that. With a sway of his body, he turned into a flash of light and disappeared into the void. How dare you attack me? You're looking for death. Yan Feiyu sneered and waved the sword in her hand. It turned into a curtain of swords and flew out. She did not mind killing the guy since he did not know what was good for him. Even the sage of myriad poison was no match for her. A stranger would definitely be killed by her sword. Boom, boom. The sword radiance in the sky hit the guy and made a deafening sound. However, Yan Feiyu was shocked. Her sword radiance was shattered. The guy was not injured at all. He charged over like a god of war. Smack. In the next moment, she was hit on the cheek and flew out while spitting out blood. Her beautiful face was beaten until it was deformed. Boom. Yan Feiyu flew out and crashed into a mountain in the distance. What? Miss. The three experts from the Yan family were stunned when they saw this. The other party actually injured their young miss? How was this possible? Two of them turned into rainbows and charged into the distance, while the others stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you? You dare to lay your hands on my young miss? You're dead meat. Hurry up and kneel down. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. What arrogance! Why don't you try and make a move? Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. He was courting death. This elder was enraged. No matter what, he was still a late-stage 8-star Supreme Almighty. His strength was incomparably powerful. He had never been looked down upon like this before. With a cold snort, the old man struck out with his palm. His palm turned into an endless wave that rushed over, wanting to crush Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, and terrifying waves appeared in the surroundings in an instant. Humph! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian coldly snorted and brandished his heaven-battling divine fist. A single punch exploded in all directions. The old man from the Yen clan also spat out blood and flew backwards. Half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. Damn it! Why is he so powerful? The old man was scared out of his wits. He quickly retreated with his head and regrouped in the distance. However, his face was unusually ugly. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was severely injured with a single punch. If he had hit his head, he would have been killed. In the distance, Yan Feiyu and the other two experts also saw this scene. They were stunned in the void, and their faces were gloomy. Damn it! Who exactly is this kid? Could it be that he was a peerless genius? He must be. Yan Feiyu snorted coldly. So, what if he's a supreme genius? Since he dared to injure me, I'll let my brother kill him. Yan Feiyu's figure flashed, and she appeared in the sky. She looked down at Lin Xian with a face full of pride. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had never seen such a fearless person. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? He exuded a monstrous, murderous intent. Yan Feiyu snorted coldly. Do you know who I am? I'm Yan Nanshan's sister. If you dare to touch me, my brother South Emperor will not let you go. So what if you're strong? My brother can kill you with a single glance. South Emperor? Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect that the other party was from the Yan family. Although Lin Xian had never seen this South Emperor, he had heard many rumors about him. It was said that he was a top genius of the South Mountain. He had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor and was given the title of South Emperor. Just like him, he was one of the top 5 geniuses of the true spirit world. However, Lin Xian did not expect to meet his sister instead of him. However, looking at the other party's sister, she was very arrogant. She reckoned that he often used his brother's name to do evil deeds. If it were other saints, they might be afraid. However, she met him. He was the Central Emperor, an existence on the same level as South Emperor. Why would he care about the other party's sister, South Emperor's sister? No wonder you're so arrogant. You must have used your brother's name to bully others. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Even if your brother comes, he can't scare me away. So if you have the ability, then show it. If you don't, then hurry up and get lost. As he spoke, Lin Xian whistled softly. Dozens of figures could be seen flying over from afar. You want to compete with my elder brother for the peak? You're overestimating yourself. You think you can fight against us just because you called for help? Yan Feiyu's expression was contemptuous. She did not think that there was anyone in this world who could fight against her brother. So what if the other party had more people? Would they really dare to touch her? In the distance, those figures flew over quickly. When they saw the fire-wind trees below, they cried out in surprise. There are so many fire maple trees. We're rich. Palace Master, we're really rich. These people were naturally Immortal Palace's martial artists. The few leading them were Peacock, Hui Dao, and the three great geniuses of the Ghost Calendar. The ones following them were also young martial artists. These were all here with Lin Xian to train. The other Immortal Palace experts were led by other protectors and elders. Get lost. This is what I want. If anyone dares to touch it, my Yan family will destroy him. Not only will we destroy him, but we will also destroy his entire family. You can try, Yan Feiyu shouted, her voice spreading in all directions. In the distance, Peacock and the others frowned when they heard this. The Immortal Palace's martial artist snorted. Who is this? So arrogant? Damn it. How dare you be arrogant in front of our palace master? Do you want to die? Who are you? How dare you speak like this? Hu Yidao snorted. I'm South Emperor's sister. Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow. Yan Nanshan's sister? That's South Emperor. They're from the Yan family. The Immortal Palace's martial artists discussed animatedly. How is it? Are you afraid? If you know you're afraid, then kneel down and kowtow. I'm in a good mood, so I can spare your lives. Yan Feiyu's face was filled with pride. However, she was soon stunned. Chapter 27:15. Immortal Palace's martial artists all sneered. Oh, my. Is this girl an idiot? She actually wants us to kowtow to her? She really doesn't know what's good for her. Who does she think she is? Does she really think she's a great emperor? She's just South Emperor's sister. What's there to be arrogant about? That's right. She's not South Emperor. Even if South Emperor came personally, he wouldn't dare to say such big words in front of our palace master. Palace master? Damn it, who are you? When Yan family's experts heard this, their eyelids twitched wildly. A name appeared in their minds. Humph. Listen well. Hu Yidao has stepped out. Our palace master is naturally the Central Emperor. Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of our palace master? Central Emperor. Lin Xian. Immortal Palace. It's really them. Yan family's elders cried out in alarm. Their faces became extremely ugly. Yan Feiyu's face was also full of shock. She didn't expect the other party to be the Central Emperor. He was a peerless genius on the same level as her brother. Miss, let's go quickly. The three Yan family's experts transmitted their voices, wanting to leave. They had no choice. Lin Xian's reputation was too strong. He wasn't any weaker than South Emperor. Moreover, not long ago, he had just defeated the #1 genius. It could be said that he was like the sun in the sky. Provoking him now was an extremely unwise choice. Yan Feiyu was also stunned. However, she soon sneered. So, you're the Central Emperor. You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as my brother? You're not worthy of being the Central Emperor at all. You're even less worthy of my brother's name. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. The Immortal Palace's martial artists behind him also exploded. Is this girl an idiot? Yes. She actually dares to talk about our palace master like that. Little girl, I think you should kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Even if it's true, do you think we don't dare to touch you? Is your brother South Emperor that strong? Let him fight with the #1 genius first. Let's see if he can beat the #1 genius before shouting at our palace master. That's right. I reckon your brother isn't even as strong as the #1 genius. Immortal Palace's people sneered. Yan Feiyu was mad. Ah, bastards, you bastards! Who said my brother isn't as strong as the #1 genius? My brother is the strongest. Even a saint physique can't beat my brother. You're just bragging. How can a saintly physique not be able to defeat your brother? Have they fought before? How dare you say that? What if one day your brother is defeated by a saintly being? Wouldn't that be like slapping your own face? All right, if you have anything to say, let your brother say it himself. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of us. Peacock Hui Dao, and the others also sneered. Yan Feiyu was so angry that her entire body was trembling. As Yan Nanshan's younger sister, she was the little princess of the Yan clan. In the southern mountains, no one dared to go against her. He didn't expect to be provoked and looked down upon in such a way during his trip to Qinling Mountains. She couldn't stand it. Damn it, I'm going to kill you, she roared and activated the Jiao Dragon Scissors. 2 Jiao Dragons roared and charged forward. A terrifying power shook the surroundings. Damn it, this weapon actually has holy aura. That was a half-saint artifact, right? She actually had a half-saint artifact. Immortal Palace's people cried out in alarm. Peacock and the others sneered. Their temple master had just obtained a half-saint artifact, and that guy was no match for him. As expected, Lin Xian activated the 9-story pagoda and released a sea of fire that filled the sky. The fire cheelins turned into fire cheelins that roared in all directions. They fought with the 2 Jiao dragons. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. He struck out with his palm, which turned into a huge palm that covered the sky, and slammed into the Jiao dragon scissors. Hum! A trembling sound was heard. The void in the 9 heavens and 10 earth shattered, and the mountains within 10,000 miles cracked. The Jiao dragon scissors were knocked to the ground. Damn it, his physique is so strong. Yan Feiyu was terrified. The Yan clan's experts roared. Not good. Young mistress, retreat. He has the 9 Yang divine body. The 9 Yang divine body was extremely powerful and terrifying. They probably wouldn't be able to block it. Only Yan Nantian would be able to block it. Damn it, 12 heavenly swords. I'll fight you to the death. Yan Feiyu screamed crazily when she saw that. The sword in her hand emitted a resplendent light that turned into 12 sword lights that connected the heavens and the earth. The 12 sword lights slashed down mercilessly like 12 bolts of divine lightning, carrying a terrifying, murderous aura. It had to be said that Yan Feiyu was very impressive. Not only was she Yan Nanshan's sister, but her strength had also reached the level of a top saintess. It could be said that her power was boundless. With this power alone, she could definitely dominate an area. Unfortunately, she met Lin Xian. 12 heavenly swords descended from the sky. The expressions of the Immortal Palace's cultivators changed. They were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He waved his palm and turned it into a huge palm print that grabbed forward. I don't care if you have a saint body or a divine body. How dare you grab my 12 heavenly swords with your bare hands? You're dead meat. Yan Feiyu screamed crazily. Her 12 heavenly swords were a top heaven divine ability. It was extremely terrifying. Together with the sword in her hand, she could kill a saint. Even a top saint would not be able to fight against her. She had to deal with it with her full strength. Although the other party was a middle emperor, he actually dared to grab her heavenly sword Qi with his bare hands. This made her feel that the other party was too arrogant. She swore that she would definitely cut off the other party's arm. However, in the next moment, she was stunned because her 12 heavenly swords' sword light quickly dimmed, as if it was about to disappear. Damn it, this was impossible. How could he break it in an instant? Not to mention her, the 3 Yen family's experts were also stunned. Even if the other party was a middle emperor, he should not be so powerful. What kind of technique was this? With a light wave, the 12 heavenly swords disappeared without a trace. How could they know that Lin Xian was an expert in the sword Dao? His attainments in sword techniques were extremely terrifying. Yan Feiyu displaying her sword techniques in front of him was simply displaying her slight skill in front of an expert. The 12 heavenly swords were unparalleled in the eyes of others, but in Lin Xian's eyes, it was full of loopholes. He saw through the flaws of the 12 heavenly swords at a glance. Therefore, when he attacked, it was naturally a one-hit kill. In an instant, the 12 heavenly swords disappeared without a trace. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the other party and said indifferently, "What other techniques do you have? Show them to me, other than your brother. What other abilities do you have to be proud of? Just you wait, my brother won't let you off." Yan Feiyu screamed. Lin Xian sneered. "It seems that you don't have any other abilities. You're just a trash who relies on your brother. Get lost. A person like you won't cooperate with me." With that, Lin Xian took a step forward. A sharp aura erupted from his body and turned into a tornado that charged forward. In an instant, Yan Feiyu was sent flying. She flew a few thousand meters backward and vomited blood. All the bones in her body were shattered. "Ah," she screamed crazily. "I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you." "Noisy!" Lin Xian's face darkened. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. Feeling this aura, the 3 Yen family's experts trembled. They were like a small boat rolling in a storm. Now, they finally knew how powerful the other party was. Was this the strength of a middle emperor? He was definitely not weaker than their south emperor. Chapter 27:16. Leave. Leave quickly. If Lin Fan wanted to kill them, they would not be able to stop him. Hence, they quickly turned into 3 streams of light and fled with Yan Feiyu. "You want to leave just like that? Do you really think that you can come and go as you please after provoking me?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. Countless sword qi circled the area, forming a cage that enveloped Yan Feiyu and the others. "Damn it, what are you trying to do? My brother will not let you off if you dare to lay a hand on us. The Yen family will not let you off." Yan Feiyu screamed crazily. Her eyes were filled with fear. The other party's methods were too powerful. She couldn't resist at all in front of him. "Your dragon scissors are not bad. Keep it." Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the golden dragon. The dragon scissors circled around Yan Feiyu to protect her. Yan Feiyu was furious when she heard what Lin Fan said. Lin Fan dared to covet her treasure. How could she tolerate that? The 3 Yen family experts' eyelids twitched. They quickly said, "The dragon scissors is South Emperor's treasure. He is only lending it to Miss temporarily." Although they did not say it out loud, their intentions were clear. "Do you dare to take it from South Emperor?" Lin Xian harumphed coldly. "Who cares about South Emperor or North Emperor? If it was not for South Emperor, do you think the 4 of you would still be alive? I just want some interest, and you are so unwilling. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" The sword aura on Lin Xian's body grew sharper and sharper. The 3 elders of the Yen clan began to tremble. Their faces were filled with fear because they did not doubt that if the other party really wanted to kill them, they could do it with a single glance. Yen Feiyu was the same. Although she had the dragon scissors to protect her body, her face was still pale. She swore that when she returned, she would tell her brother and ask him to destroy Lin Fan. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for doing it myself. Lin Xian used the Yin Yang 8 steps and appeared beside them in an instant. Damn it! The three elders of the Yen family roared, but their bodies seemed to be frozen. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword qi surrounded them, causing them to not dare to move at all. As long as they moved, they would probably be cut into pieces. Yen Feiyu also shrieked. She was no longer as arrogant as before. At this moment, her entire body was trembling. If you dare to kill me, my brother won't let you off. Humph, I wouldn't be afraid even if your brother were here. Lin Xian snorted coldly as a golden light appeared in his eyes. Yen Feiyu was attacked by the illusion. In the next moment, she stopped resisting and her expression became extremely respectful. Greetings, master. She knelt on one knee. Erase the imprint of the flood dragon scissors and give it to me. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. Yes, master. Yen Feiyu was in a daze as she moved quickly. The three experts from the Yen family were shocked when they saw this. What kind of method was this? Their miss was actually being controlled by someone? This was too heaven-defying. Other than the terrifying sword Dao and 9 Yang divine body, the other party actually had such a terrifying eye technique. They had never seen such an eye technique before. This meant that the other party did not use all of his trump cards when he was fighting with the number 1 prodigy. Oh heavens! This emperor was really too terrifying. They were terrified. On the other hand, Yen Feiyu quickly erased the imprint of the flood dragon scissors. The flood dragon scissors swayed rapidly on her body and turned into a palm-sized golden scissors that floated in the air. Lin Xian took the flood dragon scissors and made a few seals before putting it away. Whoosh! He waved his hand. Get lost! A gust of wind blew Yen Feiyu and the 3 experts from the Yen family away. They instantly disappeared into the sky. The temple master was too cool. Yes, he was my idol. In the distance, the martial artists from Immortal Palace cheered excitedly. Hu Yidao Peacock and the others were also shocked. Yen Feiyu was a top-notch saint, and they might not be able to defeat her. However, such a terrifying existence was like a puppet in front of Lin Xian. She could only be manipulated by him. This caused their faces to be filled with shock. Lin Xian said that they should take action and collect the fire maple trees below. Of course, they should not take all of them. They should leave a dozen of them here for the future generations. Indeed, this was the rule of the true spirit world. Even if they encountered treasures, they would not kill all of them and take all of them. They would leave some behind. For example, they would leave the roots or take 90% and leave 10% behind. After all, treasures were good, but they could not be destroyed. They had to be left for the future generations. The people from Immortal Palace naturally knew these rules. They moved quickly, and the little white monkey also joined the plundering army. Lin Xian stood in the air and narrowed his eyes. This flood dragon scissors was not what he wanted. He felt that this flood dragon scissors was very suitable for the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon had been desperately trying to break the formation in the past few years. He naturally wanted to find something to comfort it. Soon, most of the fire wind fruits were picked. Of course, some were left behind. Not only that, Lin Xian took about a third of the fire phoenix trees. They were going to transplant them outside. This way, even if they did not come to this nest in the future, they could still enjoy the fire phoenix fruits in Immortal Palace. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand and led the people from Immortal Palace away quickly. After flying for about half a day, dozens of lights appeared in the distance. Big Brother Lin Xian It turned out that Shen Jingqiu had come. Qiu, or Lin Xian, and Shen Jingqiu met up. The two groups set off together. Big brother Lin Xian, let's go ahead. There seems to be a big treasure there. Oh, really? Lin Xian was surprised. Yes, big sister Miss Seductress has already arrived. She was the one who told me. She said that there were 9 bone palaces arranged in a peerless formation. There must be something good inside. 8 bone palaces. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that the background was not small. Yes, many holy lands had already arrived. All right, let's go take a look. Lin Xian and the others flew forward. There was indeed a phenomenon in front of them. In the vast mountains, 9 bone palaces appeared out of thin air, emitting a mysterious aura. These bone palaces were extremely terrifying. They were completely made of white bones. The bones were sparkling and translucent, incomparably resplendent. Clearly, they were not ordinary bones, but the corpses of peerless demon kings. The bones were huge, much bigger than a human's. Some were more than 10 meters long, while others were dozens of meters long. The bone palaces emitted a cold aura that made people tremble. At this moment, there were countless people gathered outside the 9 bone palaces. They were all martial artists from the Holy Lands. Among them, there were 2 terrifying figures. They stood on one side, making people look up to them. One was naturally Yi Seiji Wudao. He stood there with the Yi family. The surrounding people did not dare to get close. The other was a young monk who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He had delicate features. However, no one dared to look down on him. Chapter 27:17. That was because he was the saint of the Western Desert's 1000 Buddha temple. He was also known as the top prodigy of Western Buddha. Apart from Eastern Sage and Western Buddha, the other saints and prodigies had also arrived. Wu Hua, Gu Santong, and the Prince of Great Xia were among them. Murong Qingcheng had also arrived. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she stepped on a lotus flower. However, there were a few dazzling prodigies who did not come. The South Emperor did not come. The Alcade Saint did not come. Of course, the mysterious North Demon did not come either. However, the people of the Demon King Palace had arrived. Hua Tiandu stood there with the elites of the Demon King Palace. Yan Ruyu, who was beside him, did not appear. I wonder if he came this time. It's so lively. Looks like everyone is here. A voice came from the sky, followed by countless figures descending. The cultivators of the sacred grounds and sects who had arrived first all turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they exclaimed, Lin Xian, the Central Emperor is here. The Central Emperor is here. Of course, there were many supporters of Lin Xian who cheered excitedly. Yi Wudao, Wu Hua, Gu Santong, and the Prince of Great Xia nodded and greeted them. Lian Xian also responded. Brother Xian and Murong Qingcheng smiled. Lin Xian led the group to Murong Qingcheng. Miss Seductress, we're here. How is it? Have you cracked the array here? Shen Jingqiu asked. Murong Qingcheng shook her head. No, these 9 bone palaces are very terrifying. Just the aura they emit is very powerful. Moreover, we think that the 9 palaces form an extremely terrifying array. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to break. Murong Qingcheng's expression turned a bit serious as she spoke. Brother Lin, you're skilled in array formations. See if you can crack it. If there's a chance, tell us and we'll support you. Gu Santong and Wu Hua also spoke. They naturally knew that Lin Xian was also a master of array formations. The other saints and saintesses also looked over. All right, let me see. Lin Xian nodded, a golden glow appearing in his eyes. At the same time, he raised his finger, and balls of sword chi flew up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When these sword chis flew close to the bone palaces, they were destroyed by the nether spirit aura on these bone palaces. Lin Xian frowned and quickly tried to deduce. About 3 days later, he opened his eyes. He had a simple idea that required everyone's cooperation. Just give us the order, and we'll do our best. The surrounding experts echoed in agreement. Leif Daudenier nodded. And off in the distance, West Buddha said, Amit Ba, all right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Xian began to voice his thoughts. Thus, these people began to attack with all their might according to Lin Xian's plan. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, and shock waves rolled out. The 9 white-boned devil palaces violently trembled. Great. It's really effective. When these experts saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. As expected of the Central Emperor, his attainments and formations were so strong. Indeed, most of their formation masters were outside, trying their best to crack the nest of 10,000 dragons. There were very few formation masters who came in. They didn't expect Lin Xian's attainments and formations to be no weaker than those top formation masters outside. However, these 9 white-bone palaces far exceeded everyone's imagination. In an instant, the 9 white-bone palaces emitted incomparable light, sucking in all the figures in the sky. Not good. Everyone be careful. Big brother Lin Xian, Big brother Xian. Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu also cried out in alarm. Lin Xian waved his hand, wanting to pull the two of them over. However, he only caught Shen Jingqiu. Murong Qingcheng and the people of the Jade Lake sacred ground were sucked away by another white-bone palace. On Lin Xian's side, he also felt a powerful force enveloping him. He waved his sword light, but he couldn't destroy it. This shocked him. At the same time, he felt the aura of a saint. This white-bone palace was indeed not simple. This guardian's nest was probably at the level of a saint. He opened the dragon sword domain and enveloped the people around him. 10,000 auras surrounded him. Soon, they realized that the mysterious force around them had disappeared. They had completely entered the white-bone palace. No way. This white-bone palace was actually so big. It must have formed its own world. The cultivators from the sacred ground and the great sects who followed them in were also discussing animatedly. What should we do, Lord Central Emperor? Many people came to Lin Xian's side to seek help. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. Let's go forward and take a look. He led the group and quickly rushed forward. The surrounding people followed behind. Of course, among them, many of them sneered, and their eyes flickered. From the looks of it, they were up to no good. However, now was not the time to make a move. What a strong smell of blood. After flying for a while, the surrounding people frowned. The smell of blood in front of them was too strong, like a monstrous sea of blood. Lin Xian also frowned. Shen Jingqiu grabbed Lin Xian's arm. Brother Lin Xian, could there be monsters? Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Xian comforted. Golden light appeared in his eyes, and he saw that there was a blood pool in the sky in front of him. The monstrous aura of blood floated from the blood pool. The blood pool was too big, like a lake. Gradually, the flying cultivators also discovered the blood pool. They all gathered around it, each of them shining with boundless light as they activated their domains. What a terrifying amount of blood. Whose blood was this? Could it be the Guardian's blood? It was too scary to not know. Look at the blood. There are broken armors and weapons. Everyone exclaimed. Sure enough, there were broken weapons in the blood pool. Among them, a few cultivators were envious because their weapons were broken. However, they thought that it should be an extremely terrifying existence. It was also excellent to be able to get 1 or 2 fragments. 2 of them attacked. One of them directly grabbed at the blood pool. As for the other person, he took out a whip and swept it toward Chu Feng. The person who entered the blood pool with his bare hands immediately turned into white bones, and his flesh and blood disappeared. Not only that, but his entire body also quickly melted, and finally turned into a pool of blood and merged into the blood pool. The other person screamed crazily. The whip in his hand had also completely melted and broken. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and threw the whip away, saving his life. However, he did not dare to go forward anymore. The surrounding people were also horrified. The two who attacked just now were peerless powerhouses, but they could not even withstand the power of the blood pool. If the others attacked, they would be completely finished. What kind of blood was this? It was too terrifying. Was it from an invincible king? Or a terrifying demon king? It might not be from one person. Didn't you see that person turn into a pool of blood just now? It was very likely formed by the blood of countless powerhouses. This place is too terrifying. Let's go. Many people's scalps went numb, and they prepared to leave. Brother Lin Xian, let's go too. Shen Jingqiu also asked. Lin Xian did not move. His eyes flickered, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. Chapter 27:18. With the help of the heavenly secret divine eyes and his powerful soul power, he finally saw through the blood sea and saw the situation inside. He was very surprised because he found that there was a heart in the blood pool. No, to be precise, it was something like a heart. It was beating rhythmically, and every time it beat, it would make the blood sea surge. Lin Xian found that the heart had powerful energy. This was an endless treasure trove for him, not only for the 9 yang divine body, but also for the dragon sword soul. Now that he saw it, how could he give it up? In the next moment, he snorted coldly and jumped into the blood pool. What? When the surrounding people saw this, they screamed in fright. Shen Jingqiu also exclaimed, "Don't worry, Qiu, I'm fine. This thing can train my body," Lin Xian said through voice transmission. He asked Shen Jingqiu and the people of Immortal Palace to wait outside. He was going to cultivate here. Okay. Shen Jingqiu held Whitey and stood at the side, her big black eyes looking around. The next moment, light flowed on her body and she began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Seeing this, the surrounding people were even more shocked. God, she can absorb it. Is she not afraid of the murderous aura? It was rumored that Saint Girl Zixia also had a special bloodline. Perhaps she had some means to directly ignore the murderous aura. I have to absorb more spiritual energy to improve my strength and try to catch up with Brother Lin Xian as soon as possible. Shen Jingqiu quickly activated her mysterious bloodline. The others were hesitant. A few late-stage 8-star powerhouses put on their armor and were ready to go down to fish. After entering the blood pool, the light on their bodies made a sizzling sound, which gave them a fright. However, they found that it was okay. They could withstand it. Seeing this, the other powerhouses took action. The blood pool was very big. Even if hundreds of people went in, it would not be crowded. However, those who were below the late-stage 8-star were in trouble. They did not have the strength to enter at all. They could only wander around. Many people went to other places to search. Lin Xian was too terrifying. Even the late-stage 8-star powerhouses could barely withstand it with their armor. However, he could withstand it with just his physique. Moreover, he could do it with ease. As expected of the 9 yang divine body, it was indeed terrifying. Among them, a few looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. They walked up to him. Seeing the scene, the surrounding people were shocked. What was the meaning of this? Someone wanted to make a move on Lin Xian? It can't be, right? Ever since the #1 prodigy, there was still someone who dared to touch Lin Xian. Did they not want to live anymore? Someone exclaimed, "What do you know?" No matter how strong the #1 genius is, he's still only a member of the younger generation. Look at the people who are fighting this time. Are there any members of the younger generation? This was clearly an expert of the older generation. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. It was obvious that they wanted to kill the other party. F asterisk CK. So shameless. If you have the ability, then fight our god Lin Xian one-on-one. That's right. Are you bullying our immortal palace because we don't have anyone? Immortal palaces people also became anxious. You don't have to do anything. Go find your own fortuitous encounters. Don't worry about me. Lin Xian shook his head, not allowing immortal palaces people to take action. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Kid, you're very confident. However, we're not ordinary peerless powerhouses. The three of them walked up. One of them was an old man, while the other two were middle-aged. The old man was at the peak of 8-star, while the two middle-aged men were at the late-stage 8-star. When the three of them joined forces, they were extremely powerful. They had already surpassed the top saints. After all, no matter how strong one was, he couldn't compare to the combined strength of these powerhouses. Hee. The three of us would like to experience the power of the 9-yang divine body. The old man sneered. You want to spar with me? Sure, but if you lose, you'll die. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing light. Waves of sword qi rushed out of the blood pool, causing the surrounding blood sea to surge and splash in all directions. The surrounding people were so frightened that they retreated frantically. A drop of the blood pool could penetrate an ordinary powerhouse. They didn't dare to go up at all. Attack. Seeing the scene, the three of them also roared angrily. The old man waved his hand, and a flying sword behind him shot out, turning into a long rainbow. The other two middle-aged men also attacked. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies. A long saber and a long spear instantly rose into the air, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. Not only that, but the three's king domains also covered the entire blood pool. Terrifying auras swept across the heavens and the earth, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the three powerhouses sneered. No matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, he was just a prodigy of the younger generation. He was nothing compared to the older generation. Moreover, this time, the three of them joined forces. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Facing the three's attack, his body bloomed with billions of rays of light, and waves of sword qi rushed out. With a boom, he struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm transformed into a golden crow, covering the sky and the earth, and charged over with a scorching aura. This palm was too terrifying. It made people think that an immemorial golden crow had been resurrected. The three's king domains were instantly penetrated. The flames that filled the sky ignited the surrounding spiritual energy, forming a monstrous fire. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Shiwen waved his palm and slapped the three's weapons, sending them flying. The three figures were also forced back. The qi and blood in their bodies churned, and their bodies were dyed black. Damn it! A golden crow? How did he know such a cultivation technique? Don't worry, I have the water of 3 yin. The old man's face was gloomy. He opened his mouth and spat out a blue pearl. The pearl turned into waves and surrounded them, dissipating the scorching energy. The water of 3 yin enveloped the three of them, and the three of them charged forward again. Let's see how you're going to hurt us this time. Kid! The three of them sneered again and charged over with their weapons. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He continued to wave his palm, but the golden crow disappeared and was replaced by majestic mountains. The void trembled and quickly collapsed. 3 mountains appeared, each of them piercing into the clouds. Oh heavens! Is this a divine ability? Why do I feel like Lin Xian directly uprooted 3 mountains? Yes, it's too realistic. Even the stones and trees on it are lifelike. What kind of divine ability is this? The surrounding people were shocked. The pupils of the 3 peerless powerhouses also constricted. It was too terrifying. The other party could summon golden crows and huge mountains with just a wave of his hand. Each of them was extremely realistic. How did they evolve? Was there such a terrifying divine ability in the world? They didn't know. However, they didn't have time to think too much. The three mountains descended from the sky with an extremely terrifying aura. Before they arrived, they were already out of breath. Damn it! Block it for me! The three of them quickly attacked the three mountains. Bang! 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 The sky shook and the earth shook. The three of them vomited blood and flew backward. One of them was directly crushed into a bloody mist by the mountain, and his body split open. Ah, the late-stage 8-star Peerless Powerhouse screamed and wanted to retreat. However, something strange happened. Chapter 27:19. All the blood in his broken body had been sucked away. Originally, he could still recover from this injury, but in this blood pool, he was killed. Only a pile of white bones floated in the sea of blood. Damn it, there was something wrong with the blood pool. Seeing this scene, the other two were so scared that their scalps went numb. Retreat. They did not dare to fight anymore. If they were injured, they would probably be swallowed by the sea of blood. The two quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Want to leave? Stay here for me. He waved his hand, and the dragon scissors he had just obtained flew out. The dragon scissors expanded in the wind and turned into two dragons that coiled around the two. Lin Xian snorted and broke through the sea of blood, appearing beside the two. In his palms, two balls of sword light flashed and slapped on the heads of the two. Boom, boom. The two peerless experts were killed. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The two souls wanted to escape. However, soul fire, the heavenly secret divine eyes opened and completely destroyed the souls of the two. In an instant, the three peerless experts were killed, dead. Were they all dead? The surrounding people were shocked. In the blood pool, the other experts were even more terrified. This method was too powerful. The three older experts were not a match for the other party even if they joined forces. Could it be that only an invincible king could suppress the other party? Perhaps. No one below the invincible king was a match for the other party. Someone sighed, and the other sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian snorted. If you want to fight me, you have to be prepared to be killed. At this point, he ignored the others and went all out. The dragon sword spirit domain behind him flickered and enveloped him. It formed a dragon head, opened its bloody mouth, and began to crazily devour the sea of blood. Was this brat still human? He dared to absorb so fiercely. Was he not afraid of being devoured by the murderous aura in the sea of blood? The surrounding people were stunned. The experts in the blood pool were even more terrified. They were carefully absorbing the energy in the blood pool bit by bit, but the other party was directly devouring it. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword light, so no one could see what was going on inside. At this moment, the 9-yang divine body was fully activated. Countless mysterious runes flickered, allowing the baleful aura of the blood sea to attack and temper his body. Not only that, but there was also a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. It transformed into a swimming dragon and crazily absorbed the surrounding sea of blood. Most of the blood sea's energy was channeled into the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul kept roaring. Clearly, the energy in the blood sea had revived the great dragon sword soul. It was very excited, and in the end, it took the initiative to absorb it. Dragon roars resounded in the blood pool, scaring everyone into a state of panic. Damn, why do I feel like he's a dragon? Don't talk nonsense. This is the guardian nest of 10,000 dragons. Don't talk nonsense. If a dragon really jumps out, we will be finished. But what was with that dragon roar? I don't know. This brat must have obtained some special inheritance. No one dared to talk too much. The other powerhouses had bitter looks on their faces because the blood in the pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This caused the corners of their mouths to twitch. Damn it, someone took out a huge cauldron and began to forcefully absorb the blood. Pung! However, after absorbing more than half of the blood, the cauldron suddenly exploded into pieces with a bang. The blood that filled the sky fell again. The powerhouse who attacked was also sent flying and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The others' expressions changed. Not good. The energy of the blood was too terrifying. Ordinary weapons couldn't withstand it at all. Even a heaven-grade weapon would have to be careful. It couldn't withstand too much of it. Damn it. What did that brat use to forcefully absorb it? It should be a half-step saint artifact in his hand. It was very likely. Was it the number 1 prodigy's half-step saint artifact snatched away by him? Not only that, but I heard that Yen Nanshan's sister was also beaten up by him and had a half-step saint artifact snatched away. What? There was such a thing. Are you saying that South Emperor's sister was also beaten up by him? Heavens! These people were horrified. This was big news. South Emperor was not inferior to Lin Xian. She was South Emperor's biological sister, and it was said that South Emperor doted on her very much. She was also the little princess of the Yen family. How could such a person be beaten up? This Lin Xian of Zhong. Huang didn't give any face at all. These people discussed. Lin Xian heard these words and didn't explain anything at all. He was just absorbing with all his might. He could feel that the power of the dragon sword soul was becoming stronger bit by bit. Moreover, not only the dragon sword soul, but his divine body and even himself were also absorbing the energy in the blood pool. He was still a mid-7-star cultivator now. It seemed that it was about time for him to break through. However, his absorption speed was much slower than the dragon sword soul. After all, no matter how powerful the art of longevity was, it had to evolve the murderous aura inside. Otherwise, his nature would definitely be affected, and he would definitely go crazy. However, Lin Xian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Even if it was slow, he wouldn't give up. Just like that, he quickly absorbed and improved his cultivation, the power of the 9-yang divine body, and the recovery of the dragon sword soul. After 3 days and 3 nights, more than half of the blood pool was gone. This scene directly shocked the surrounding people. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. When the others saw that they couldn't collect the blood pool, they also desperately cultivated in the blood pool. However, on the 4th day, there was a change. Bang, bang, bang. A violent vibration was produced in the blood pool. It was getting stronger and stronger. Accompanying it was an angry roar. The roar was very vague. It sounded like a human and a beast at the same time. It was an angry roar that caused the surrounding people's blood to churn. Many people vomited blood, and their faces turned pale. It was too terrifying. Who was it? And who was it? These people were terrified. The people in the blood pool seemed to have been struck by lightning. They were all shining brightly and roaring crazily. Lin Xian also opened his eyes and frowned. It was that heart. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he stared at the blood pool. As expected, the heart was beating much more violently than before. Could it be that he had absorbed too much blood and angered the heart? However, if it was angered, then so be it. According to Lin Xian's original plan, he wanted to directly snatch the heart. That was because the energy of the heart was too strong. Naturally, he wouldn't let it go. With a cold snort, Lin Xian raised his hand and waved his arm. At this moment, his physique was so strong that it was even more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. Therefore, this was equivalent to a heavenly sword slashing down. Boom! The blood pool was cut in half, and a violent crack appeared. The blood that filled the sky was split open. The warriors in the blood pool cried out in alarm, and dodged one after another. They saw a heart beating violently in the pool of blood that had been split open. Chapter 27:20. The heart was as big as a millstone, and it was covered with mysterious blood-red patterns. As it pulsed, it carried boundless power. What kind of heart was that? How could there be such a big heart? It belonged to a peerless monster king. Heavens, who was the one who formed this pool of blood? How could it nurture such a terrifying thing? Could it be that the previous roar came from the heart? These people were shocked. Many of them flew into the air, not daring to stay any longer, because this blood pool was too strange, too evil. However, there were still some powerful martial artists who continued to stay. Many of them even began to have designs on the blood-red heart, the heart of 10,000 blood. They did not expect to encounter the heart of 10,000 blood here. It seemed that they were really lucky. A loud voice sounded, and everyone's scalp went numb. They looked up. A figure stepped into the air and appeared in the sky in an instant. The heart of 10,000 blood? What was that? Someone frowned. Someone else snorted. Humph, if you want to snatch the heart, you'll have to ask us first. A peak 8-star powerhouse snorted with a cold light in his eyes. This was a powerhouse from the moon-worshipping cult. A full moon rose behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. Buzz, the mysterious powerhouse, sneered. 2 rays of sharp light shot out from his eyes, which turned into 2 sharp swords and pierced downward. Boom! The powerhouse from the moon-worshipping cult was pierced through, as if he had been struck by lightning. The full moon behind him shattered into pieces and exploded with a loud bang. Oh no! The powerhouse from the moon-worshipping cult retreated quickly, trying to escape. In the sky, the mysterious powerhouse slapped down with a palm with endless power. It turned into a white tiger and directly enveloped the powerhouse. With a loud bang, the powerhouse from the moon-worshipping cult was shattered into pieces. He was killed by the white tiger. Dead. A peak 8-star expert was killed with a single move. Oh my God! Who was this person? Could it be that he was also a top genius with a title? They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian also frowned as he looked forward. No, the other party was not from the younger generation. He was an invincible king. Everyone, retreat! Some powerhouses exclaimed. The others were horrified. An invincible king, God. This person, who looked to be in his 30s, turned out to be an invincible king. They couldn't believe it. However, after seeing the other party's methods, these people did not dare to have any doubts. They frantically retreated, not daring to approach at all. The people from Immortal Palace and Purple Afterglow, Holy Land, also protected Shen Jingqiu and quickly retreated. Shen Jingqiu's jade-like face was extremely solemn. Facing Invincible King, she naturally felt the pressure. The little white monkey in his arms also blinked its big eyes. Big brother Lin Xian, you'll be fine, right? Shen Jingqiu was anxious. Immortal Palace's people even more so felt their hearts rise to their throats. Peacock said, "Don't worry, the palace master has a lot of trump cards. An invincible king wouldn't be able to kill him." Inside the blood pool, the experts from the other holy lands fled one after another. Only Lin Xian was left. Seeing this, the invincible king above sneered, extremely satisfied. But soon he frowned. This was because he realized that there was still one person who had not left. Not only did he not leave, but he was also madly absorbing the energy in the blood pool, which made him unhappy. Acting recklessly, he sneered and flicked his finger. Immediately, a silver flame turned into a stream of light and rushed down. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists all exclaimed. The people from Immortal Palace were also extremely nervous. The others screamed. One had to know that the other party had casually killed an 8-star peerless powerhouse. That method could be said to be incomparably terrifying. Now, he actually attacked Lin Xian. It's over. Lin Xian is too arrogant. He actually dares to be so arrogant in the face of an invincible king. That's right. If I were him, I would definitely retreat. No matter how strong he was only in the younger generation. Against an invincible king, he was probably not enough. These people discussed animatedly. Of course, there were also many people who sneered. Great, let the invincible king kill this kid. If an invincible king attacked, this kid would definitely die. Who asked this brat to continue acting cool? Now he was out of luck, offending an unrivaled king. As they spoke, the silver-white flame still came down, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian. Buzz, boom. Lin Xian raised his hand and turned into a golden crow. He rushed over and collided with the silver flame. The flames jumped and splashed in all directions. The silver flame was quickly extinguished by the golden crow. What? He blocked it. Oh, God. Has the Central Emperor become so terrifying? He can actually compete with an invincible king. Those people were shocked. Shun Jingqiu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Above, the invincible king frowned. He blocked it? The other party actually blocked his attack? Who is this? Could it be an invincible king too? Silver light flickered in his eyes as he looked down, wanting to see everything clearly. No, it's not the aura of an invincible king. He snorted and waved his hand. A gust of wind blew, forming two huge wind blades that directly cut the blood pool below. It was a young man. He frowned. Kid, who are you? Who are you? Lin Xian also stood up and asked with a frown. Although the other party was an invincible king, he didn't have much fear. After all, he had many trump cards. Moreover, a long time ago, he had also killed an invincible king, so he wasn't afraid of the other party. If the other party dared to disturb his cultivation or snatch something he liked, he would still attack the other party. Seeing the other party's attitude, which was neither servile nor overbearing, the invincible king frowned. Who didn't have to be respectful when they saw him? Even the weak ones had to kneel down to him. However, this young man in front of him was so calm. This was unbelievable. He frowned. He seemed to have heard the people around him call him Central Emperor. Could it be that this kid was the Central Emperor of Zhongzhou, who had recently received 5 titles? Lin Xian? You're the kid who received a title in Zhongzhou? That's right. I'm him. Who are you? I'm the White Wolf King. Kid, let me give you a piece of advice. The younger generation is still the younger generation. They can't be compared to me at all. Just now, it was just a casual attack from me. Since you were able to block it, you must have used all your strength. Not bad. It's indeed rare for the younger generation to reach your level. No wonder you can receive the title of Central Emperor. However, against me, you have no chance of winning. Retreat obediently. This blood pool is mine. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were shocked. He had actually received the approval of an invincible king. This was a supreme glory. That's right. Invincible King was an existence that stood at the peak of the continent. In the era where saints didn't appear, they were kings. These people were incomparably envious. Of course, there were also some who gritted their teeth. Damn it, this kid was so lucky. Even an invincible king didn't kill him. Damn it, this was too hateful. These people were very depressed. After Lin Xian heard this, his expression became strange. He sneered in his heart. Were all invincible kings so confident? Which eye of the other party saw that he used all his strength to resist? Chapter 27-21. Moreover, from the other party's words, the other party seemed to know the origin of this heart. and also had designs on it. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You can retreat, but you have to wait until I take this heart before leaving." What? This guy actually dared to provoke an invincible king. The surrounding people were stunned. Everyone could see that this invincible king wanted the heart at the bottom of the blood pool. However, Lin Xian actually dared to have designs on the blood-colored heart. What did he want to do? Wanted to contend with an invincible king? He didn't want to live anymore. What was this kid thinking? He didn't know. Although he was the central emperor, a king of the younger generation, he was probably not enough to face a true invincible king. Could it be that this kid had some super trump card? These people were puzzled, but those enemies were extremely excited. Ha ha! This kid was too arrogant. He actually dared to go against the invincible king. Great! I'm so excited. He originally thought that the invincible king wouldn't make a move against him, but he didn't expect this kid to court death. Just watch, the invincible king would definitely not let him go. How powerful was the invincible king? He was a peak existence. How could he allow others to challenge him? This kid was too arrogant. Did he think that he was invincible after obtaining the title of Central Emperor? In fact, he was still far from it. Discussions and sneers sounded one after another. The people of the Immortal Palace also became nervous. Shun Jingqiu hugged the snow-white little monkey tightly. "No way, Big Brother Lin Xian. Please don't force it." The snow-white little monkey was hugged until he couldn't breathe. He could only roll his eyes. In the sky, White Wolf King Chen Chen's face darkened. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes. The other party actually dared to snatch something from him? This made him feel a little unreal. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to say such words to him, who didn't respectfully kneel and offer up the things he liked. But now a young junior actually threatened to snatch the thing that he had set his eyes on. He was really in a hurry to die. "Kid, do you know? Among the younger generation, you are the first person who dares to speak to me like this. Don't think that you can look down on the world just because you obtained the title of Central Emperor. That's something for you young people. It's not applicable in front of us. Confidence was a good thing, but if one was overconfident, one would become an idiot. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't spare you. Confidence was a good thing. Overdoing it would make one an idiot. The same applies to you as well." Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. "Where did you get the confidence to think that you can beat me? Just because you're an invincible king? Just because you're an elder?" "My title of Central Emperor was earned through fighting, and it's still applicable to you." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and carried a biting cold aura that spread in all directions. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps tingle. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. F***CK. He really dared to go against the invincible king. Moreover, his attitude was so unyielding. No one dared to believe it. The White Wolf King's expression was even colder. He had said so much just to make the other party kneel down and obediently accept his punishment. But the other party didn't seem to care at all, and even seemed to want to fight with him. Was this kid's brain flooded with water? You don't know what's good for you. Looks like the title of Central Emperor has already made you dizzy. All right, I'll teach you a lesson today and let you know the power of an invincible king. At this point, his eyes became incomparably cold, and his body emitted an incomparably terrifying killing intent. In the next moment, he raised his palm and slapped forward. An incomparably horrifying power gushed out in all directions, instantly engulfing Lin Xian. The White Wolf King was an invincible king. His strength was terrifying. Once he attacked, his strength far exceeded that of a peerless mighty figure. Even a peerless mighty figure at the peak of the 8-star realm couldn't be compared to him. Boom. Get lost. Lin Xian raised his hand and threw out 3 mountains. They shook heaven and earth and collided with the palm floating in the sky. He didn't immediately activate the Black Duo because he felt that with his current physique and strength, he could already compete with an invincible king. Sure enough, in the sky, the three mountains shattered. Lin Xian kept retreating, but he wasn't injured. He blocked it. What? This kid really blocked the attack of an invincible king. This was no longer a casual palm strike. This invincible king clearly had killing intent, but Lin Xian was still able to block it. It was too shocking. The White Wolf King was also surprised that the other party actually blocked it. He narrowed his eyes, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at the other party. I heard that you have the 9-yang divine body. It seems that it's true. All right, I'll capture you and ask for the cultivation method of the 9-yang divine body. His eyes erupted with a resplendent light. The 9-yang divine body could allow a 7-star mighty figure to block the attack of an invincible king. This was absolutely shocking. If he could obtain and cultivate it, wouldn't that mean that as an invincible king, he would be able to resist the attack of a saint? Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. He had to obtain such a divine body. Now, it was no longer as simple as the other party provoking him. He was already filled with killing intent towards Lin Xian. In the next moment, he attacked again. This time, his strength was even stronger than before. A palm transformed into a white wolf and descended from the sky, wanting to capture Lin Xian. A mere white wolf dared to compete with a true dragon? Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his palm, the surrounding sword, Qi sword, a giant dragon roared out and fought with the white wolf in the sky. At the same time, he frantically absorbed the power of the blood pool again. This power was all integrated into the great dragon sword soul, causing it to quickly recover. 9 dragon-shaped sword Qi blocked the white wolf's palm. This scene made everyone feel incredulous. Even the White Wolf King was shocked. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. It was really surprising that the other party had the strength to contend with him. Brat, I'd like to see how many moves you can block from me. The White Wolf King sneered. With a wave of his palm, endless spiritual energy turned into a wolf-headed saber that descended from the sky. Under the saber, the wind and clouds surged, and the mountains and rivers shattered. The people in the distance trembled and found that they couldn't move. This was the power of an invincible king. Just the aftermath of this saber strike was enough to shock them. One could imagine what kind of terrifying attack Lin Xian had suffered. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly summoned the 9-story pagoda. He grabbed the pagoda with both hands and kept enlarging it. It turned into a mountain and directly blasted it out. There was a clang. Many people were stunned, and the white wolf saber was blocked in midair. The 9-story pagoda also stopped in its tracks. Lin Xian felt his arms go numb. He had to admit that the power of an invincible king was too strong. Previously, when he killed an invincible king, he used the Hei-2 to seal the invincible king's cultivation base and suppress it to the late stage of 8-star. Now, this was the power of a true invincible king. Chapter 27-22. Even though he had the 9-yang divine body, his blood was still boiling. Fortunately, his divine body had become stronger and was not damaged. Sensing this scene, Lin Xian laughed 3 times. He quickly moved his arm and crazily waved the pagoda. At the same time, he grabbed the flood dragon scissors with his other hand. The 2 flood dragons also attacked. He used the 2 half-saint artifacts and attacked crazily, causing the wolf head blade in the sky to tremble. Damn brat, you're courting death. Seeing that his opponent not only blocked his attack, but also wanted to counterattack, the White Wolf King was enraged. The blade slashed down as if a divine wolf had pounced over. The earth-shattering power caused Lin Xian's blood to boil. The two half-saint artifacts were also trembling nonstop. Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. You even have two half-saint artifacts. After I kill you, all of them will be mine. The White Wolf King was too excited. This brat's wealth was too rich. Even he was jealous of him. Lin Xian felt a great sense of danger. He fought back crazily. The 9-yang divine body released divine fire, and the two half-saint artifacts in his hands were extremely powerful. The two of them exchanged more than 30 moves. The surrounding space was shattered, and a sea of blood surged. The blood-red heart was beating crazily. It was a scene of apocalypse. Lin Xian kept retreating, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The White Wolf King's face was also gloomy. After more than 30 moves, he still couldn't take down his opponent. He only managed to injure him. He couldn't believe it. If news of this spread, everyone in the world would be shocked. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The flood dragon scissors once again turned into a flood dragon and charged out, instantly entangling the White Wolf King. This flood dragon scissors is truly a treasure. Unfortunately, your strength is simply too weak. The light around his body turned into countless divine wolves and forced the flood dragon back. Too strong. As expected of an invincible king, even a half-saint artifact couldn't do anything to him. Yes, Lin Xian was very strong, but he was still of the younger generation. Against an invincible king, he had no chance of winning. Quite a few people shook their heads and sighed. Some of them even sneered. This brat was definitely going to die. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He put away the flood dragon sword and the 9-layered pagoda. His body was still glowing. What? Are you giving up on resisting because you know you're going to die? Obediently hand over the two half-saint tools first. The White Wolf King laughed wildly. I'm scared. What a joke. Next, I'll show you my true strength. The light in Lin Xian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He slowly grasped the dragon-shaped sword in the blood pool. What did true power mean? Could it be that this brat had not used his full strength before? How could this be? What a joke. He had even taken out two quasi-sage tools. What else did he have? Saint's hand bone and flower protector? It's almost as powerful as a half-saint tool. That's right, this kid is obviously bragging. These people didn't dare to believe it. The White Wolf King even sneered. Brat, stop boasting. What other trump cards do you have? Show them all. You can't hurt me at all. The White Wolf King was disdainful. However, his smile soon froze. His face even became gloomy and ugly. That was because a dragon-shaped sword shadow had appeared in the blood pool in front of him. The sword shadow was like a swimming dragon that circled in the sky. When it appeared, it emitted an extremely powerful aura. Even the White Wolf King felt threatened. His heart thumped wildly. The surrounding people were even more stunned and speechless. Many of them were prostrating on the ground. They were suppressed by this power and couldn't stand up at all. It's too terrifying. What's that? Heavens, this brat actually has a treasure. Is that a dragon? He's actually holding a dragon in his hand. No one knew. No one knew what Lin Xian was holding. The White Wolf King's eyes also bloomed with a piercing cold light. He could feel that the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his opponent's hand was even more terrifying than the two half-saint tools. This is a supreme treasure. I must get it. The White Wolf King's eyes burned with killing intent again. Brat, it seems like you're really a gift boy. Don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. I won't let you suffer so much. Who asked you to give me so many treasures? Ha ha! He laughed loudly again. In the next moment, 5 white wolves rushed out from his body. Each of them was extremely powerful, as if they were real divine beasts. They roared in the sky. The 5 white tigers rushed downwards in a frenzy and enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying aura directly pierced through the blood pool and shattered the void. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath and slowly raised the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand. At this moment, the dragon-shaped sword shadow was still surrounded by endless blood. That was the blood in the blood pool that had not been completely absorbed. Therefore, the dragon-shaped sword shadow carried a monstrous blood aura. Kill! With a furious roar, the dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed down wildly. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi burst forth and collided with the 5 white wolves in the sky, emitting a world-destroying energy. 5 wolves slash, sky blade. The White Wolf King waved his long blade, and the 5 white wolves let out earth-shattering roars. Every white wolf was an earth-shattering blade light. When they collided with the dragon-shaped sword chi, the power was not inferior to the collision of 2 half-step sacred artifacts. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks spread in all directions, and the surrounding people were all pushed back. Shun Jingqiu cried out, and purple chi surrounded her body, wrapping her body. The martial artists of Immortal Palace and Purple Afterglow, Holy Land, also quickly retreated. Woo, 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 the snow-white little monkey also jumped out, and its big eyes stared ahead without blinking. In front, the true dragon and the white wolves were fighting, destroying everything. Terrifying divine power was vast and mighty, and terrifying energy was everywhere. In the end, Lin Xian waved the ancient dragon abyss sword again and killed in all directions, destroying all the violent energy. In an instant, the sky regained its clarity, and the large cracks quickly spread. Behind him, the dragon sword spiritual domain turned into a dragon head, crazily absorbing the blood pool's energy. In front, the White Wolf King's face was gloomy. Kid, I have to say, you are really surprising. You can actually fight with me for so long. However, this also shows how terrifying the 9-yang divine body and the dragon-shaped sword in your hand are. After I get it, I can definitely contend against a saint. He was really too excited. He didn't expect to get such a great opportunity here. Lin Xian's expression was grave. An invincible king was definitely not weak. He was stronger than any genius. He definitely surpassed the number 1 genius. There was nothing he could do. The other party was not of the younger generation, but a super expert who had lived for thousands of years. Moreover, the other party's talent was definitely top-notch. The fact that Lin Xian was able to contend with him had already stunned everyone. However, it was still not enough. Not only that, his goal was the great emperor. He believed that when the great emperor was young, he could definitely defeat an invincible king. Therefore, he had to do it today. With a furious roar, the 9-yang divine body on his body bloomed with dazzling light, and he turned into a golden war god. Lin Xian's entire body seemed to have turned into a divine sword, cooperating with the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. One with the sword. Heavens, this kid could actually reach this realm so easily. In the distance, many swordsmen exclaimed. The White Wolf King sneered. One with the sword is powerful, but I can also achieve it. He also merged with his frenzied blade, emitting a peerless aura. Kid, your strength is not enough to threaten me. The White Wolf King sneered. I will let you know what it means to be the true king of killing kings. He took a step forward and soared into the air. 5 divine wolves appeared behind him again. These 5 were not the same as the previous ones, but 5 different colors. Each of them was extremely terrifying and carried an extremely shocking power. These were 5 heaven and earth variants. Heavens, this White Wolf King is too terrifying. He actually killed 5 wolf-type heaven and earth variants. Their souls had fused with their own saber intent. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to defy the heavens? What? Are you saying that those are the souls of 5 peerless demon kings? The surrounding people were terrified. It had to be said that this white wolf king was too terrifying. Indeed, these 5 phantoms were like peerless demon kings, roaring endlessly. Their bodies bloomed with tens of thousands of rays of light, and their terrifying killing intent connected into a cage, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the sea of blood, his body emitting light. The sword qi in his hand surged. He had fused with the sword, becoming the sword god. Waving the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand, waves of shocking sword qi contended with the phantoms of the 5 great demon beasts. Strike after strike. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked. The seas dried up, and the rocks crumbled. The entire blood pool was completely destroyed, and the endless sea of blood surrounded it, looking even more ferocious. The blood-colored heart was also beating, floating in the sky. It seemed to want to freeze one side. Kid, stop struggling. You have no chance of winning. In front of me, you can only die. The White Wolf King sneered sinisterly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. I was wondering what kind of elder you were. It seems that you have just entered the invincible king realm less than 200 years ago. He had the heavenly secret divine eyes and saw through the other party's secret. The White Tiger King snorted coldly. His secret was actually discovered by the other party. He didn't expect the other party's eyes to be so sharp. Humph. But so what if it's 200 years? I'm still an invincible king after all. As long as I have your treasure, I can completely kill those old invincible kings. The White Wolf King sneered sinisterly. Indeed, he had become an invincible king in the recent 150 years. Although he had only become an invincible king for a short time, once he entered the invincible king realm, his energy was completely different from that of a peerless almighty. With a wave of his hand, he could easily kill a peerless almighty. Yes, this was his greatest reliance. Chapter 27-23. It's just 5 demonic souls. Do you really think I can't resist? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He roared angrily, and his body trembled and emitted tens of thousands of rays of light. The entire sky shattered. The surrounding sea of blood surged, and the dragon-shaped sword shadow roared. It transformed into a true dragon and crazily absorbed the surrounding blood-colored light. Kill. He held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand and swung it around. Terrifying sword light swept across heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of death. The people in the distance trembled. It was too terrifying. No one below the invincible king level could resist such a sword technique. It could definitely threaten invincible king level cultivators. Lin Xian had probably surpassed the younger generation. Yeah, why do I feel like he really has the ability to kill the other party? Stop joking. He can kill the other party? How is that possible? Isn't that heaven-defying? As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies trembled, because behind Lin Xian, a pair of golden eyes appeared carrying a mysterious aura. Another trump card had been revealed. Everyone was shocked. The White Wolf King's expression also changed. The other party was too powerful. He had a powerful battle constitution, terrifying attacks, and now mysterious eyes. Those eyes made his soul tremble. The other party's sword light made his body and heart feel cold. Damn it! 5 wolves devour the sky. Attack! The White Tiger King also roared angrily. He was being suppressed by a brat. In the next moment, the 5 demonic wolf shadows behind him rushed over. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Roar! At this moment, another loud roar sounded. Then 5 demonic wolf shadows appeared on Lin Xian's side. Each of them was extremely ferocious, exactly the same as the White Wolf Kings. Their auras were exactly the same. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The White Wolf King's pupils constricted. Damn it, how is this possible? How does the other party know my cultivation technique? Die, brat. He was furious. He had discovered that the other party had too many secrets. He had to kill the other party. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. Not only was the other party's appearance similar, but his power was also as strong as his. What's going on? The White Wolf King was extremely anxious. He had unknowingly been affected by the pair of golden eyes, and his mood was becoming more and more irritable. Impossible! How could he know my cultivation method and divine ability? How did he do it? Actually, if the White Wolf King had calmed down, he would have been able to analyze the situation. This was not his mystique, but now he was too shocked and anxious. The golden eye in the sky possessed an incomparably terrifying eye technique. Even an invincible king would slowly fall victim to it. Therefore, he now firmly believed that Lin Xian knew his mystique. However, Lin Xian really didn't know his divine ability. He had seen his opponent's divine ability and then used his great dragon sword soul to simulate it. However, its power was truly incomparably terrifying. Kill 10 demon tigers slaughtered each other in the sky, destroying everything in their path. At the same time, they disappeared from the sky. The White Wolf King also spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely wretched, and even his face had turned pale. He didn't realize that the light in his eyes had dimmed, and he was on the verge of collapsing. The White Wolf King was still affected. The experts in the distance were shocked, and the other young disciples were puzzled. What was going on? Did you see the golden eyes? Don't forget that Lin Xian was an expert in soul illusions. Are you saying that the White Wolf King was attacked by a soul attack? That was impossible. The other party was an invincible king, and his soul was extremely powerful. Was Lin Xian's soul already able to contend against an invincible king? Someone exclaimed. The others also frowned. Even if his soul power was equivalent to an invincible king, it was impossible for him to hurt the White Wolf King. What was the White Wolf King's standard? These people didn't quite believe it, but the older generation figures shook their heads. Not necessarily. If he launched a fierce attack, the White Wolf King would naturally counterattack and defend. However, he was clearly boiling a frog in warm water. He released that very slow and hidden illusion technique, provoking the anxiety in the White Tiger King's heart, making him uneasy. This way, the White Tiger King would fall deeper and deeper into the illusion. Sure enough, the White Tiger King didn't even know that he had fallen into the illusion. Buzz. Lin Xian seized this opportunity, and the great dragon sword soul and heavenly secret divine eyes erupted together. At the same time, he heavily injured the White Wolf King. With a bang, the White Wolf King screamed and flew out. His soul had been impacted. There was even a sword mark on his body that almost split him in half. The blood of an invincible king instantly spilled into the void. The White Wolf King screamed in the sky, rolling and rolling, looking extremely miserable. His voice shattered the void in all directions. The martial artists of the Holy Land who were watching the battle also resisted crazily. This sound wave was too terrifying, causing their blood to boil. He was injured. An invincible king was actually injured. Was this Lin Xian's method? It was too terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their bodies trembled. Those who were eyeing Lin Xian previously were even more terrified. Even an invincible king was no match for him. This was truly the bearing of a young heavenly emperor. Impossible! How could you possibly injure me? How could you possibly break through my defenses? The White Wolf King screamed. He was too shocked. Not only did the other party break his divine ability, but he was also injured. especially this sword strike, which almost cut him in half. One had to know that he was an invincible king. His defense was much stronger than that of a peerless, mighty figure. In fact, ordinary peerless, mighty figures couldn't even break through his defense. However, the other party wasn't even a peerless, mighty figure. Just a mere mighty figure was enough to seriously injure him. He couldn't believe it. What exactly was that dragon-shaped sword shadow in the other party's hand? Also, when did he fall for an illusion? Those golden eyes were too terrifying and mysterious, like the eyes of a god. For a moment, he actually felt fear towards the young man in front of him. "Kid, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you." The White Wolf King's body shone brightly and quickly healed his wounds. At the same time, he swallowed 2 strange petals to recover his soul power. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. Now that they saw it, they were so scared that they peed their pants. In front, the White Wolf King's face was pale, and his eyes were cold. Terrifying killing intent swept through the 9 heavens like the Milky Way. The entire Bone Palace began to tremble rapidly. Waves of air swept through the 9 heavens. It was over. The White Wolf King was completely enraged. That kid was in trouble. Everyone trembled. Many people knelt on the ground, and even more people frantically retreated. No one could withstand the anger of an invincible king. "Kid, you're the first young man who dared to hurt me. I'll tear you to pieces." The White Wolf King's body shone brightly, forming a king's domain that pressed down like 100,000 mountains. Lin Xian let out a long howl. Sword light rose from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. "Invincible king? You're just SOL. You're still far from being able to kill me." Chapter 27-24. "If you provoke me, I'll directly kill you." Lin Xian also emitted a cold killing intent. As soon as these words came out, the wind and clouds changed color. In the sky, there was actually lightning descending. The others were even more terrified. Lin Xian actually wanted to kill the invincible king. Their faces were filled with shock. F***CK, this boast is too big. Although they believed that the other party could contend against an invincible king. However, this and killing an invincible king were 2 different concepts. Perhaps the invincible king could injure the other party because he was careless, but if you want to kill an invincible king, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were so many land cards of invincible kings. Sure enough, hearing this, the White Tiger King's expression turned cold. The frenzied blade in his hand emitted a terrifying killing intent. "Kill me? What a big tone. Today, I'll see how you're going to kill me." His body change turned into a stream of light and quickly charged down. The frenzied blade in his hand continued to grow bigger, like a heavenly river, emitting a terrifying demonic aura, shattering the void that filled the sky. "Humph!" Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword shadow resisted the attack. With a clang, the sky fell and the earth cracked, blocking the terrifying frenzied blade. The surrounding sea of blood split open, and the heart also beat in pain. Seeing this scene, the White Wolf King's expression turned cold. He had already seen the power of Lin Xian's dragon-shaped sword shadow, so he naturally knew that the other party could block it. However, he still had his trump card. Sure enough, on the frenzied blade, black and white patterns appeared. It was as if a peerless demon king had come to life. The white patterns floated out, even more terrifying than his treasured blade, directly shattering the void. Even Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. With a whoosh, these black and white patterns slashed on Lin Xian's body. Boom! Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine body actually cracked, and blood burst out, dyeing his body red. What? The 9 Yang divine body was injured. The 9-yang divine body was broken? Heavens! What exactly were those black and white patterns? It was too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. The 9-yang divine body was extremely masculine. Not only was its attack power extremely strong, but its defense power was also not weaker than a saint body. Such a terrifying physique was actually injured. One had to admit that invincible kings were truly terrifying. Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood as he retreated, blood flowing from his body. His expression was ferocious as he roared and frantically absorbed the surrounding sea of blood to repair his 9-yang divine body. He had to admit that his opponent was indeed very strong, but he would not be defeated. Seeing that the other party was repairing his body, the White Wolf King roared furiously, "Brat, you don't have a chance. Although the 9-yang divine body is good, you are still too weak. Today, I will let you know the true power of an invincible king. Level 8 collapse." He clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. On his fist, there were also alternating black and white lines that complemented his punch. Octane Blast was an extremely frightening martial art. After mastering it to the large success stage, 8 hidden forces would stack together and become extremely frightening. It could destroy everything. Moreover, it was incomparably strange and impossible to guard against. Evidently, this White Tiger King had already cultivated to the great accomplishment realm. 8 waves of energy surged over one after another like the waves of the sea. The void in front of him shattered in an instant, forming a terrifying black hole. The warriors in the distance were also sent flying by this energy, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This attack could be said to be earth-shattering, not to mention the younger generation. Even invincible kings of the same level would not dare to face it head-on. Lin Xian also felt a peerless crisis. He held the dragon shadow sword with both hands and raised it high above his head. At this moment, he had become one with the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and countless sword lights enveloped him. The sword light that seemed to have transformed into a giant dragon instantly rushed forward. Dragon Man unification. In the sky, a dragon's roar sounded. Then, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire sky was completely split into 2 halves. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collision and world-destroying divine light made the Bone Palace shake nonstop. Outside, the ground within thousands of miles was cracking. The impact of this blow was too terrifying. Even the warriors and geniuses who were fighting in the other Bone Palaces raised their heads in horror. Where did this terrifying aura come from? It was too powerful. Were invincible kings fighting? Tsang Tianya, someone of this level, had also made a move. Countless people trembled. Between heaven and earth, the black and white lines were completely cut open. The White Tiger King's fist was also split open, revealing white bones. Screams rang out, and blood splattered everywhere. The light on the White Wolf King's body dimmed. The octane collapse was extremely terrifying. Its terrifying power made the other invincible kings not dare to face it head-on. But now, the octane collapse was destroyed by the other party's sword. There was even an extremely terrifying sword chi at his wound that entered his body and wildly destroyed it. The aura and meridians in his body were impacted, and the sharpness of this sword chi was something he could not erase in a short period of time. This was too unbelievable. He, an invincible king, could not erase the sword intent of an almighty? He could not believe it. Damn it, get out of my way! He roared crazily, and the power in his body surged, turning into a ferocious wolf that charged in all directions, wanting to erase the sword intent. At the same time, the frenzied blade in his hand was even more powerful, forming streaks of murderous aura that charged forward. It couldn't be helped. The other party's unification of dragon and sword still existed and had not disappeared. Lin Xian still arrived in front of the White Wolf King. The two were very close to each other. In fact, Lin Xian could even feel the White Wolf King's breathing. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. How was it? Were you very shocked? Very surprised? Let me tell you, it's very easy for me to kill you. It's just that I don't want to use that trump card. Damn it, damn it. He was suppressed at such a close distance by a young junior. What was even more despicable was that the other party had said such arrogant words. This made his lungs explode with anger. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and white smoke rose from the top of his head. Damn brat, don't even think about provoking me. He knew that the other party was trying to provoke him and wanted to use the illusion again. He would not give the other party a chance. Provoke you? You're too naive. What I said is the truth. You can't do it like this. Although you've become an invincible king, this is also your limit. It's impossible to take another step forward. And my ultimate goal is the great emperor. An emperor! You can't be compared to me at all. Today you'll be my stepping stone. Obediently kneel on the ground and become the soil under my feet. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became more and more resplendent, and the aura on his body became more and more powerful. That was the belief of invincibility. In the distance, the older generation figures were also shocked. So powerful. Too powerful. That was the belief of invincibility. He had actually condensed the belief of invincibility. It was really too rare among the younger generation. Yes, this kind of belief could only be condensed by very few people. His aura was too powerful, and not many people could contend against it. This White Wolf King was probably in danger. Sure enough, the White Wolf King was also shocked. The aura that the other party was emitting was too powerful. It was so powerful that he could not face it. This was not energy, but a kind of belief. It was close to Tao, but different from Tao. It was unclear, but it existed. Once this belief was born, it would stimulate the potential of a cultivator. This was a realm that he dreamed of, but could never reach. At this moment, it was being used by a young man right in front of him. Could it be that the other party really had the talent of a young man? At this moment, his heart wavered. Chapter 27-25. He couldn't accept it. How could he lose to a brat? In the next moment he roared, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. A terrifying power surged in his body. On his left index finger, a black ring emitted a bright light, forming a mysterious power. This light was too terrifying. It was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. They even felt that their souls were being suppressed. Oh no, what kind of ring was that? They didn't expect the White Wolf King to have such a weapon. It was too terrifying. It was specially designed to restrain Lin Xian's soul power. Not only that, that brat probably couldn't sense anything. They were right. Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his soul power was blocked. Ha ha ha, brat, go to hell. The White Tiger King laughed sinisterly again. Lin Xian was blind now and couldn't catch any of his movements. Thinking of this, he moved quickly and slashed with the treasured sword in his hand. The sword slashed on his opponent's body, and a loud sound rang out. Lin Xian was hit and retreated. A few cracks appeared on his body, and he was about to be killed. At this moment, Lin Xian roared, "Get lost!" His sound waves contained the energy of the great dragon sword soul, forming sword waves that swept in all directions. Block, 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 block. Many sword waves blasted on the sword light, creating a shocking collision and blocking the terrifying sword light that filled the sky. Not only that, but the White Wolf King was also forced back. Damn it, brat, let's see how long you can hold on. The ring on the White Wolf King's hand shone again. Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think that your ring is invincible? You want to block my gaze? "You're courting death," he roared angrily, and a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him, emitting a mysterious vortex. Those golden eyes were too terrifying. Even if they overflowed with light, they weren't affected at all. Even the light that filled the sky was sucked away by the golden vortex in the god's spiritual eye. Kill. Lin Xian was truly enraged. He took out 2 more half-step sacred tools, and even took out the flower protector. A terrifying power swept across the sky. One of the White Wolf King's arms was chopped off, and his body was also split open. Lin Xian's body also split open, and countless cracks appeared on it. It almost cracked open. Both of them were seriously injured, but Lin Xian's recovery ability was too terrifying. The great dragon sword spirit and 9 young divine bodies might were boundless, and they recovered in an instant. Moreover, the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. This scene made the White Wolf King's expression abnormally ugly. "Damned brat, just you wait. Today's matter isn't over." After saying this, he turned into a stream of light, turned around, and ran into the distance. Seeing the scene, the surrounding people were stunned. Run. A mighty, invincible king had actually run away. This was simply inconceivable. Invincible kings were existences that stood at the pinnacle of the world. They could kill an 8-star pinnacle expert with just a single palm strike. However, he couldn't beat Lin Xian. Everyone swallowed their saliva when they saw this. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swallowed several heavenly treasures to recover from his injuries. He ignored the White Tiger King and stared at the blood-colored heart in the sky. The most important thing now was to recover his strength. When he had enough strength, he could completely kill the White Tiger King. He would remember this grudge. The next time he met the other party, he would definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian stretched out his palm. The golden palm covered the sky and earth, turning into 5 dragons that enveloped the heart of 10,000 blood. Boom, boom. The heart of 10,000 blood crazily charged, but it couldn't escape at all. Lin Xian's palm slowly healed and completely grabbed the heart of 10,000 blood. However, at this moment, an angry roar sounded. The surrounding sea of blood surged, turning into vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that charged towards Lin Xian. He was courting death. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and a terrifying force formed ripples that spread out in all directions. All the ghostly forces and spirits were destroyed. After one strike, heaven and earth shattered, and nothing could exist. Lin Xian retracted his palm and completely grabbed the blood-colored heart. In the next moment, he would move his dragon-shaped sword shadow and pierce through the blood-colored heart. Puffed! A miserable sound rang out, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Blood mist drifted in the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. The surrounding sea of blood surged into the sky, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Lin Xian relied on his strong body to remain unmoved and firmly grabbed the escaping heart. The dragon-shaped sword shadow crazily absorbed the energy inside. The rain of blood hit his body, making sizzling sounds. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, he would have been pierced through long ago. However, the 9 young divine body was very terrifying. It didn't pierce through, but it still lost a lot of blood. This just happened to temper Lin Xian's body even more. The dragon roar and sword cry rang out. The dragon sword soul crazily devoured the energy in the blood-colored heart. The huge blood-colored heart was beating rapidly, and it was slowing down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura of the dragon sword soul was becoming more and more terrifying. The absorption speed was very fast. After about 2 hours, the blood-colored heart became only the size of a fist. After another incense stick's worth of time, the heart was only the size of a walnut. In the end, it was crystal clear like a blood-red fruit. Lin Xian did not let the dragon sword soul absorb anymore. Instead, he directly absorbed it. This was because this was already very pure energy. After absorbing it, he set up a formation to protect him. He sat down cross-legged and quickly absorbed it. A day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a thunderous sound came from his body. A vortex appeared above his head, and hurricanes danced around him, sweeping in all directions. In the distance, those people were terrified. Many of them did not leave, waiting for the final result. That kid broke through. Peak 7-star. Heavens, he actually broke through again. His speed was too fast. He was already able to contend against an invincible king. With this breakthrough, could he kill an invincible king? No one dared to imagine. How terrifying was his dragon sword shadow? This was what everyone was more concerned about. However, the dragon sword shadow had already entered Lin Xian's body, and no one else could sense it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, and his face was full of excitement. This time, not only did he break through to the peak of 7-star, but his dragon sword soul had also improved further. His combat strength had increased exponentially. Previously, he had to use all his trump cards to be able to contend against an invincible king. Now, he didn't need to use so much at all. As long as he sent out the dragon sword shadow, he was confident that he could kill the other party. This was the power brought about by the awakening of the dragon sword soul. White Wolf King, don't let me meet you again, or it will be your death date. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. There must be more secrets in this bone palace. He thought that he would be able to meet the other party again. At that time, he would not let the other party go. Lin Xian turned around and met up with Shen Jingqiu and the others. Soon he narrowed his eyes and did not move, because at this moment Shen Jingqiu was also in a strange state. A spirit power vortex appeared above her head. Not only above her head, but there were also 3 in all directions surrounding her. All the spirit energy in the entire space was poured into her body. What a magical physique! Could it be that this was the legendary spirit body? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Gradually, he became surprised because above Shen Jingqiu's head, the remaining blood seawater condensed into a blood-red bead. It was exactly the same as the one he swallowed previously. What was going on? The others were also stunned. Many of them had burning eyes. Chapter 27-26. Many people looked at this scene with burning eyes. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Lin Xian had broken through after eating this thing. If others got it, they might be able to break through too. Therefore, many pairs of burning eyes looked over. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes as he swept his gaze in all directions. Those people trembled as if they had been doused with cold water, and the fire was quickly extinguished. Damn it, how dare they be greedy? If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Retreat. One figure after another quickly flashed and retreated. Lin Xian guarded Shen Jingqiu by her side, waiting for her to wake up. Shen Jingqiu opened her eyes, raised her hand, and ate the red bead. Then, she sat down cross-legged. The cultivators of the Purple Dawn Holy Land were on guard. Lin Xian had the people of the Immortal Palace guard by her side. A day later, a terrifying aura surged out of Shen Jingqiu's body. Obviously, she had also broken through to the peak of 7 stars. Great, I broke through. Shen Jingqiu was very happy. The people of the Purple Dawn Holy Land also cheered. Lin Xian smiled. Qiu is really powerful. Let's go. He pulled Shen Jingqiu and the others and flew deeper. It wasn't just Lin Xian's bone palace. The other 8 bone palaces also had battles. They also obtained treasures. Murong Qingcheng Wuhua Yi Wudao, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, and the others had all improved in strength. This kind of great opportunity could only be grasped by the top geniuses. The other cultivators trembled. These top geniuses and saints were too terrifying. They were already very terrifying. Now that their strength had increased, how heaven-defying were they? These people also flew deeper. However, they were soon swallowed by the white vortex and arrived at an even more fortuitous place. Where was this? The surrounding people were shocked. They seemed to have come out of the Bone Palace and arrived at the center of the 9 bone palaces. We're in. We broke through the array and came in. Those people cheered. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing flew over and leafed Dao Denier, and the others caught sight of Lin Xian. Lin Xian also saw them. Of course, there were some other people as well. After Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing met up, they asked about the situation briefly, and then looked around. The surroundings were extremely ancient and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Obviously, this was something that had been passed down since ancient times, and was very old. Moreover, no one seemed to have come in. I wonder what treasures there are in this place. Shen Jingqiu was looking forward to it. The little white monkey jumped out and looked around with its big eyes. Then it pointed ahead excitedly. Let's go. Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others quickly flew over. Regarding the snow-white little monkey's treasure-seeking ability, he firmly believed in it without a doubt. With Lin Xian leading the way, the group of people was extremely domineering. Wherever they passed, the crowd would give way. No one dared to stop him. Soon, they arrived at the front. In front of them was a thick fog. Lin Xian punched out, creating a terrifying hurricane that blew away all the fog. What is this? Shen Jingqiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others exclaimed. The cultivators of the 3 holy lands behind them were equally shocked. They discovered that there were ancient stone pillars and mysterious altars in front of them. The altar was covered with runes. Terrifying runes were engraved on it, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, 5 altars in front of them emitted a bright light. They emitted a vast amount of energy, and then a drop of crystal-clear blood floated out. When the blood appeared, everyone's hearts sank, and they could not breathe. The weaker ones vomited blood. Retreat. The blood was too terrifying. Everyone was shocked. What the F***CK is this? Why is it more terrifying than all the blood in the blood pool added together? These people, including the saints and Tianjiao, all retreated to a distance and watched from afar. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He was extremely shocked. Dragon's blood. This is dragon's blood. He had drunk the blood of a crimson dragon. The blood of a crimson dragon contained such terrifying energy. However, the blood in front of him contained even more energy than a crimson dragon's blood. It must have been even more terrifying when it was alive. Could this be the blood left behind by a saint-level dragon? Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. The other saints, Tianjiao, and the older generation powerhouses were also in a frenzy. What? This is dragon's blood? Heavens, this is too terrifying. A drop of blood can crush the 9 heavens. Do dragons really exist? Of course, dragon's blood has appeared. This is great. I must get it. That was more precious than any other natural treasure. Indeed, dragon blood was hard to find in this world. Although Lin Xian had drunk it before, the cultivation level of the dark red divine dragon was still too low. Now that there was a saint-level dragon's blood, he naturally wanted it. There are 5 of them. Hurry up and get it. Some people couldn't take it anymore and rushed over. All the powerful experts of the younger generation and the older generation began to attack, while the others had bitter expressions on their faces. They had no choice. Just the pressure of that drop of dragon's blood was enough to make them unable to resist, not to mention snatching it. If they took 2 steps forward, their bodies would be crushed into a bloody mist. Therefore, these people could only wander around. The little white monkey was very fast. It turned into a flash of white light and shuttled through the void. However, when it got close to the altar and the dragon's blood, it was bounced back. It immediately grimaced in pain, but fortunately, it wasn't injured. With a whoosh, it jumped back to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian also stopped and looked around. "Get out of here!" With a roar, the 9-yang divine body exploded with light. An incomparably terrifying power erupted like a volcano, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding people all activated their king's domains to resist. The weaker ones were directly sent flying by the energy. At this moment, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong Wuchen, and the others also made a move, sweeping in all directions. They were determined to get the precious dragon's blood. Fortunately, there were 5 altars here. Therefore, Yi Wudao, Lin Xian, and Wu Chen, the 3 top geniuses who had received titles, didn't fight. They each took 3 altars and looked around disdainfully. The competition for the other 2 altars was even more intense. Because there were no titled geniuses and there were many saints and princes, the competition was very intense. Of course, that didn't mean that Lin Xian and the others didn't fight. Some of the stronger saints and old powerhouses rushed to the 3 altars. After all, in front of the dragon's blood, no matter if it was Eastern Sage or Central Emperor, no one would be able to stop them. Qingcheng Qiu protect yourselves. Lin Xian, Ceng Yin, Shen Jingqiu, and Murong Qingcheng were fighting for the other 2 altars. Lin Xian couldn't go over to help, so he could only warn them from afar. "Don't worry, big brother Lin Xian. It won't be a problem, big brother Xian." The 2 of them responded. Lin Xian was also threatened. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared around them. Their auras were like the abyss and the sea. Chapter 27:27. These black figures all had cold expressions and powerful auras. They connected with each other and formed a terrifying wave that enveloped the entire space where Lin Xian was. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled and cracked. Lin Xian fought with these dozens of terrifying people, forming a terrifying invisible force that swept in all directions. Terrifying black holes were floating around them. It was too terrifying. The others retreated crazily. There was nothing they could do. These 2 groups of people were too terrifying. Just the collision of invisible auras had caused such a terrifying scene. If they were to really make a move, wouldn't it destroy the world? Therefore, those who were weak did not dare to get close to Lin Xian. "Dragon race's blood? I'll take it." A tall figure spoke. His voice was cold. 10,000 rays of light circulated around his body, and his aura was terrifying. "It doesn't matter if you're a central emperor or not, you can't stop us. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." That's right, no matter how strong you are, you're still from the younger generation. You can't fight against so many of us. Hurry up and get lost. The dragon's blood is ours. A cold voice resounded, shaking the 9 heavens. A terrifying killing intent swept through the surroundings. "If you want this dragon's blood, let's see if you have the qualifications and ability." Lin Xian sneered. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with golden light. He was like a sun war god descending from the sky. Terrifying sword qi surged out from his body and swept through everything. Since that's the case, don't blame us for taking action. These people sneered. Although Lin Xian was powerful, they didn't think that he would be able to fight against them in such a situation. One had to know that these dozens of people were all terrifying, peerless experts. At this moment, nothing could stop them. Boom. In an instant, the aura of dozens of people suddenly erupted, shattering heaven and earth. The sky was filled with light and terrifying divine abilities. They attacked Lin Xian from all directions. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He did not hold back at all. He pulled out the Dragon Abyss Valley sword and directly attacked. He used the Yin-Yang 8 steps, and his speed reached the limit. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Not only them, but the other 4 altars were also in a fierce battle. As for Leaf Daudenier and Dustless, they were being attacked by powerful experts who were no weaker than Lin Xian. The other 2 altars were even more terrifying. The young geniuses and holy sons were all madly trying to snatch that drop of dragon blood. Wung! A resonant dragon's roar resounded from Lin Xian's body. A dragon image rushed out, roaring in all directions. The surrounding void trembled, and the blood of the blood dragon trembled violently. The dragon blood surged, transforming into a giant dragon shadow. An incomparably terrifying pressure spread out, causing people to tremble. The expressions of the experts who had attacked also changed. Damn it, this brat can actually resonate with the dragon blood. How did he do it? The faces of these peerless experts were filled with shock. Previously, they had thought that they would definitely be able to kill the other party if they joined forces. But now, they realized that they were wrong. The other party's methods were simply too bizarre. Even if all of them attacked together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Especially now, the other party actually had such a strange connection with the dragon blood. Wang, Lin Xian naturally summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was a type of dragon sword soul. Naturally, it could form a connection with the dragon blood. Lin Xian wasn't surprised by this scene. He held the dragon-shaped sword and killed in all directions. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi danced in the air, sweeping across heaven and earth. The peerless experts were all sent flying while vomiting blood. Many of them were directly cut in half, and even more of their bodies were broken. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and fled frantically. Blood spurted out, dyeing the void red. All sorts of wails and screams rang out. Lin Xian's side had turned into azure hell. The scalps of those who were watching from afar went numb. They trembled continuously. This Central Emperor was really too terrifying. Yes, no one could defeat him. So many peerless experts joined forces, but they still couldn't do anything to him. Was he still human? Not only him, but Leaf Daudenier and Dustless were also incomparably powerful. Sure enough, everyone's gaze also looked into the distance. Leaf Daudenier and Dustless were also suppressing a region. As expected of peerless geniuses who had obtained the title, they were indeed powerful. This was the thought in everyone's heart. A rain of blood fell. Lin Xian stood in the void like a fiend god. There was no one around him. Dozens of peerless experts joined forces, but they still couldn't resist the power of the dragon sword spirit. If others went up alone, they would only be courting death. Especially now, Lin Xian could resonate with the dragon blood. Such a strange thing made people even more afraid to act rashly. Damn, kid, it's you again. You really aren't afraid of death. There are traces of you everywhere. In the distance, a cold voice sounded. The surrounding people all turned around and exclaimed, "An invincible king!" From the distant horizon, a figure flew over, turning into a stream of light and quickly flying over. A powerful aura suppressed everything. This aura made people despair. Even those peerless experts were shocked, because this was the low profile of an invincible king. An invincible king, a 9-star king, the last stage of the king realm, was extremely powerful. Even an invincible king has made a move. That kid is dead for sure. Everyone was shocked. After all, invincible kings were godlike existences in their eyes. Of course, there were also some people who had experienced the Bone Palace with Lin Xian, and their expressions became very strange. They saw with their own eyes that Lin Xian defeated the White Wolf King. The shock of that scene was still unforgettable even now. The invincible king who came at this moment was the White Wolf King who had escaped earlier. After he left the Bone Palace, his injuries had completely recovered. Now that he saw the dragon blood, how could he not be excited? Even if the other party was very difficult to deal with, he had made up his mind to snatch one. You again? A defeated opponent still dares to be arrogant in front of me. I originally wanted to let you live, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Get over here and die. Lin Xian shouted coldly, his voice roaring in all directions. What? The others trembled, and their scalps went numb. Defeated opponent? The other party actually said that an invincible king was a defeated opponent? Was this a joke? Most people's expressions changed, and a small number of people were extremely shocked. Sure enough, Lin Xian was too domineering. The White Wolf King's face was gloomy, gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn brat, don't be insolent. Last time, it was because I was careless that you succeeded. This time, I absolutely won't lose again. What did that mean? The surrounding people were stunned. In that case, this invincible king in front of them was really defeated? Defeated at the hands of Lin Xian? Heavens, this was earth-shattering news. An invincible king was actually defeated by a young man. It was truly unbelievable to them. Was Lin Xian already terrifying to such an extent? Chapter 27-28. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. Last time, I was lucky enough to let you escape. This time, I won't let you go. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and sword chi splashed out from his body. The great dragon sword soul rumbled, and terrifying sword waves surged out, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone trembled and couldn't help but want to kneel down. The White Wolf King's expression changed as well. He realized that Lin Xian's strength was much stronger than when he had fought him before. Damn it! He gritted his teeth. How long had it been? His opponent had improved again. This speed of improvement could be said to be terrifying. However, he would not admit defeat. That was because he knew that his opponent must have obtained the heart of 10,000 blood to become so powerful. And now, the effect of a drop of dragon blood definitely surpassed the heart of 10,000 blood. If he could obtain it, then his cultivation and strength would instantly undergo an earth-shattering change. That was what he wanted the most. Therefore, he would not leave no matter what. He had to obtain the dragon blood. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and pulled out his frenzied blade. The aura on his body erupted like a comet, sweeping in all directions. The aura of an invincible king covered the sky and earth, spreading in all directions. The surrounding people prostrated on the ground, while the remaining people retreated crazily. Even the people on the other 4 altars looked over, and their breathing became heavy. An invincible king. Many people's pupils constricted. Yi Wudao and Wu Chen's expressions were also incomparably solemn. That was because the pressure that an invincible king gave them was also very great. The other saints and geniuses were also facing a great enemy. They really couldn't handle such a person. Brother Xian, be careful. Morong Qingcheng. Shun Jingqiu was also extremely nervous when she saw this scene. Although the 2 of them had fought many saints and geniuses, they were very confident. However, against an invincible king, they still felt a lot of pressure. Go to hell, kid. The White Wolf King roared and slashed down with his frenzied blade, bringing about a storm. A terrifying blade light descended from the sky, carrying a murderous aura. that filled the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. This sword was too terrifying. It tore apart the entire sky. The incomparably vast saber light was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Lin Xian blasted out with his sword, emitting a Milky Way like sword light to resist the saber light that filled the sky. Boom, boom. The collision between the two brought about a thunderous sound. The void was torn apart as a terrifying energy swept through everything. The shattered saber lights transformed into wolf shadows and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body blossomed like a blazing sun. The terrifying flames engulfed him, burning away all the saber lights. Boom! The White Wolf King moved again. This time, it opened its mouth and spat out a large white flag that fluttered in the wind. Countless wolf shadows swayed above, and the sky darkened. A terrifying demonic aura permeated the air, as if a peerless demonic king had awoken. One after another, wolf heads fell from the sky like meteors, opening their bloody mouths and biting towards Lin Xian. Every single one of them was incomparably real and could easily kill a peerless almighty. With so many pieces, it was truly an absolute fiendish divine ability. Heaven-battling divine fist. Lin Xian waved his terrifying fists and punched out. The fists were like suns as they rushed into the sky. They shattered the hammers that filled the sky. It was as if he was not fighting against an illusion, but a real primordial demon king. Pooh! The White Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood on the white flag. Boundless darkness surged out and covered the entire sky. Everyone trembled. They discovered that the power of the white flag had increased explosively once again. This should be a secret technique. The White Wolf King was furious. It seemed that he was going to go all out. The powerhouses were extremely shocked. Many of them quickly retreated, not daring to move forward anymore. The powerhouses fighting on the other altars also activated their king's domains to resist. The White Wolf King stood in the air, holding the white flag with both hands and waving it with all his might. Heavenly Wolf swallows the moon. A shocking scene appeared. The entire sky darkened completely. It was as if a black hole was about to swallow everyone. What kind of divine ability was this? It was too terrifying. Many people were swept by the darkness. Their bodies turned into pools of blood and were sucked into the black hole. Not even their bones were left. This scene was like ice and snow meeting the sun. It was impossible to resist. Lin Xian was also swallowed. The space he was in had completely fallen into a black hole. It's over. That kid has been swallowed. Ha ha ha, he's dead meat. Brother Lin, Brother Xian, Wu Hua, Murong Qingcheng, and the others also cried out in surprise. The others laughed out loud. When the White Wolf King saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. What Central Emperor? It's not worth mentioning at all. The last time I lost to you was an accident. This time, you will definitely die. He wanted to put away the white flag. Suddenly, the white flag trembled violently. The terrifying black hole trembled and shattered with a bang. A golden figure charged out from within. It was Lin Xian. The 9 yang divine body released the power of divine fire. Sword light surrounded his body, and a terrifying killing intent rose from the clouds. You want to devour me with a mere black hole? You underestimate me too much. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He waved his ancient sword and punched out at the same time, directly shattering the white flag into pieces. The White Wolf King vomited blood and flew backward, his face full of shock. This was because he had spent hundreds of years refining this flag. It had long become one with him. At this moment, the white flag was broken, so he was naturally injured. Damn it, impossible. How could he be so powerful? The White Wolf King went crazy. Even an invincible king might not be able to break that white flag, but the other party had easily shattered it. How could the other party's combat strength increase so much? Could it be that the other party had other opportunities besides the heart of 10,000 blood? He didn't dare to imagine. How could he know that every time the great dragon's sword soul awakened, the power it brought was incomparably terrifying? The current Lin Xian was completely different from how he used to be. The surrounding people also went crazy. Apart from a small number of warriors who had stayed with Lin Xian before, they knew about this scene. This was the first time the others had seen such a scene. They were terrified. They didn't dare to imagine that an invincible king would be injured. Moreover, he was injured by a young junior. Was this a dream? Damn it, that kid used an illusion again. Yes, this must be an illusion. How could this be real? Those people shouted crazily, their faces full of disbelief. In their opinion, Lin Xian's eye technique was so strong that he must have used an illusion to trick them. However, the saints and geniuses shouted. They used a secret technique to break the illusion, but they realized that it was useless because they weren't affected by the illusion. This was real. The four symbols, saints exclaimed. As soon as this voice was heard, everyone around gasped and looked at Lin Xian with their mouths agape. Chapter 27-29. Lin Xian actually had the strength to injure an invincible king. This scene was really shocking. The White Wolf King's expression was cold. He swallowed the pill, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he raised his hand and threw out a few artifacts. The king's domain also surrounded his body. Thousand Mountain Palm. With a boom, he struck out with his palm. A terrifying power rolled out, destroying the world. Countless palm shadows appeared in the sky, each of them transforming into a towering mountain that collapsed the void. This palm technique was extremely terrifying, and it was also an extremely terrifying existence among the Heaven-tier martial arts. At this moment, when the White Wolf King used it, it was truly unparalleled. Mountains circled in the sky, emitting a mysterious aura, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. Accompanying it was the White Wolf King's cold voice that echoed between heaven and earth. 9 Suns' divine fist. Lin Xian sneered and waved his fist. A bright light lit up and terrifying flames spread. Accompanied by the fist, he rushed out. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sun god of war, sweeping through everything. The sound of an intense collision tore through the void, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Countless figures vomited blood and were sent flying backward. The saints and prodigies also retreated. They were horrified to find that the endless mountains were broken. Not only that, but the terrifying fist also threatened the White Wolf King. Buzz, the White Wolf King, quickly dodged, and the Heaven-tier artifacts beside him attacked crazily. The king's domain trembled and turned into the shadow of a wolf to protect him. Lin Xian moved and used the Yin-Yang 8 steps. With one step, he instantly arrived in front of the White Wolf King. He waved his fist and sent a few artifacts flying. The ancient dragon abyss sword slashed at the White Wolf King's body. The White Wolf King vomited blood and was sent flying again. Lin Xian followed closely and kept attacking. This time, he would not let the White Wolf King go. The surrounding people were dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with shock. The weaker ones were so scared that they wet their pants. What kind of technique was this? Lin Xian was actually so strong that he was suppressing the White Wolf King. This was too terrifying. The White Wolf King was even more shocked. Although the other party had managed to injure him last time, it seemed that he had used all of his strength. Half-saint tools and great weapons of mass destruction had all appeared, as well as that dragon-shaped sword shadow. But now, his opponent did not use any of his trump cards at all. Just his current strength alone was enough to injure him. If he used these trump cards, wouldn't his opponent be able to kill him? The White Wolf King was terrified. He did not know what the other party had experienced. However, he realized that he had underestimated the other party. He tried to run away. Sky Frost Kick. He roared angrily. His legs moved, turning into streaks of light that enveloped heaven and earth. A terrifying chill appeared, freezing the world. Lin Xian was completely frozen. The others trembled, their bodies covered in a thick layer of ice. Many of them were frozen into ice cubes. It was too terrifying. This was also one of the White Wolf King's ultimate techniques. He wanted to freeze Lin Xian and then escape. Seeing Lin Xian frozen in ice, the White Wolf King heaved a sigh of relief. He reached out with his large hand, wanting to snatch the dragon blood on the ancient altar. Then he would leave. However, in the next moment, he screamed. A sword light lit up, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 lands, cutting through all the ice. This sword light was too stunning. Not only did it cut through all the cold air, but it also struck the White Wolf King's palm. Blood splattered, and the White Wolf King's hand was cut off. Ah! The White Wolf King screamed. His body shone with boundless light as he tried to heal his wound. However, his severed hand was directly turned into a bloody mist by Lin Xian's sword qi, and could no longer recover. Damn it! The White Wolf King roared angrily. He could only use his great ability to grow another arm. It's useless. Stop growing it. Go to hell. A cold light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. His current strength was much stronger than before, enough to kill the White Wolf King. The 9-layered pagoda and the flood dragon scissors were used by him. They were infused with the power of the great dragon sword soul, emitting an unparalleled energy. At the same time, the dragon sword domain spread out, covering a part of the world and completely enveloping the White Wolf King. Tens of thousands of sword qi crisscrossed. The others couldn't see the situation inside at all. They could only hear intense collisions and angry roars. An hour later, the light dissipated, and a figure fell from the sky. It was the White Wolf King. His body was pierced by tens of thousands of swords, and his soul power was directly destroyed. His eyes were wide open, filled with endless fear and unwillingness. Dead. An invincible king was killed. Everyone was shocked and ran away crazily. Heavens, what kind of method was this? It was too heaven-defying. These people didn't dare to make a move. An invincible king had always been a godlike existence in front of them, but now he was actually killed by Lin Xian. This scene gave them too much of a shock. Not to mention these people. Even the saints and geniuses were all scared. Yi Wudao and Dustless also had solemn expressions. Who else wants to compete with me for the dragon blood? Come out! Lin Xian pointed his sword in all directions. He put away the White Wolf King's storage ring and looked around coldly. The surrounding people shook their heads and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at him, because Lin Xian's gaze was like a divine sword, piercing through them. The older generation experts also had solemn expressions and didn't dare to make a move. Although dragon blood was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He turned and walked towards the ancient altar in front of him. Countless people looked over with envy. Lin Xian suppressed everyone. Did he really want to obtain the dragon blood? Even Yi Wudao and Dustless's eyes flickered because the experts on their side hadn't retreated. But soon their pupils shrank, and a look of disbelief appeared in their eyes. It wasn't just the two of them. The surrounding people were stunned. Even Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His gaze was gloomy as he stared ahead. That was because there was a figure in front of him, blocking his path. Who is this? How dare he act so recklessly? That's right. Lin Xian of the Central Emperor is so powerful. He can even kill an invincible king. Who is this person? Could it be another invincible king? I don't know. His aura is so mysterious. It makes my hair stand on end, an expert said in a deep voice. The others also had solemn expressions. Needless to say, the person who dared to come out at this time must be a peerless expert. Someone from the Yin Yang sect. Lin Xian frowned. He had the heavenly secret god eyes, so he could naturally see that the other party had extremely strong yin and yang qi. Someone with such an aura must be from the Yin Yang sect. You have good eyesight. You can see my aura at a glance, the person in front of him said in a deep voice. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What? He's from the Yin Yang sect? Why can't I sense his yin and yang qi? You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.